Welcome to the Legacy European Tour. We are here at day 2 of the Grand Open Qualifier in Valencia, and Top 64 made day 2. My name is Filipa and I'm joined by Skura, also known in Islands in Front. We will be one of the casting duos for the day. The other casting duo is none other than Hall of Famer Martin Juza and CaffeineLily. We are very excited to bring a fun day of Pioneer. Let's take a look at our prize structure. So, these players that made day 2, it's top 64, they already guaranteed some cash, they already also made some ticks. Why do these players want make top 32?
Well, they really want that qualification for Lila, where they can play at the RC, and from that point they can qualify for the PT or even qualify for Worlds.
These players also really want to lock up top 8 because not only do they get the qualification, but Legacy European Tour also will provide the flight and accommodation for these players, which is great. And the first place will be crowded, the Valencia Grand Open Qualifier champion, and also get this cool trophy to get home, show their friends, is also a fun part, a memory for life. It's a great day here in Valencia. And Philip, tell us a bit about this first match that we are going to see.
So we will actually watch Table 1, so one of the undefeated players is here, the undefeated players here, Mono White Humans, and he's facing off the second highest standing player, Mono White Humans. So it is actually a Mono White Human mirror on Table 1 in day 2 of Valencia.
So, Philip, why do you think Mono White Human is doing so well in this tournament? Not one of the decks that was more talked about, like the Convoke Boros, I think, was really discussed, the Creativity deck, Karuga Fires. These were the decks, Rakdos Midrange, that people were watching. And kinda Mono White Human just slid in the way. Do you think it's favored in this meta?
That's a very interesting question, because I really thought that it would be way more prevalent than it is, because I think it is a really solid deck for a multitude of reasons. Thalia, Guardian of Raven, can mess up so many decks, like Lotus, like Phoenix. It makes it super annoying. It also got a new toy from March of the Machine Aftermath, which is, I think, Copper Code Vanguard is the name, where your creatures get Ward 1 and a buff to their power. So I really think that Humans is really well positioned and can punish people who are unprepared. I saw, for example, blue-white control players cutting lay-down arms from their decks because, well, why would you need that? You can have temporary lockdown or something. Well, yeah, but you might die before then, and a single Thalia makes it super problematic. So, yeah, I really like Humans in this meta.
And we already have our players, an hopeful initiate in one side. These first drops already, recruitment officer as well. And we are seeing here the player that's on the play obviously having a kind of an advantage in this mirror. Do you think that's going to make a difference in this particular matchup?
So it could have a huge difference, but it depends on the way we play, because when you're on the draw with an aggro deck in a mirror, you might just try to play a bit differently. You can't play the same aggro plan, clearly, because if you both do the same aggro thing, the player on the play will win because they do the same thing but faster. So you have to maybe do a bit more blocking sometimes, be a bit more cautious, and we see that right now.
Yeah, and we are seeing the card that you were talking about played by Walter. Copper Coat Vanguard, the new card from March of Machines Aftermath. It's a 2-mana, 2/2. Each other human you control get +1/+0 ward 1, which is really good.
Yeah, and this is a huge attack. We've got Copper Coat Vanguard, we've got Thalia's Lieutenant growing every single turn. Huge attack coming in, and Alvaro is certainly on the offensive. The question is, how can Walter come back? Plenty of cards in hand.
Yes, and here is where Walter is in a tricky position where he has to play on the defensive and kind of change the game plan, which usually for Mono White is a more aggressive strategy. But here, really needing to survive this early on when Alvaro was already able to develop the board a bit more.
Yeah, I would also be pretty surprised if they even considered the mirror too much as one of the key matchups to play through. Like they must have considered Rakdos, Mono Green, maybe Greasefang, Blue Eye Control. But the mirror, I'm not really sure. So we'll see what they bring to the table in post board game specifically.
And here, for example, against mirror, cards like Brave the Elements can be interesting, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is basically unblockability from everything. And then you get into these kind of fights where Mutavolt is relevant because it's not white, for example, and it could block.
And we see their ossification.
Okay, ossification plus this indestructibility. So there could be some blocking action, sacrifice. So what he could do is block with both creatures, but then sacrifice one of them to give indestructibility to the other. And the outcome is that you've blocked all the damage, and still one creature survives and probably trades.
And here we see Walter able to kind of stabilize a bit the board with a Dauntless Bodyguard. We also have, once again, this Vanguard Copper Code, and Ossification was able to remove a big threat. On the other side, looks like Alvaro is just going for it with Multivolt activation and giving all creatures a counter.
Yeah, so this is a huge attack. Thalia's Lieutenant for 5, Mutavolt for 3. So we've got a block here, pop.
And tap, let's draw. And what card is Walter looking for to get rid of this messy situation, let's say?
Okay, Adeline is 1. Okay, these cards are pretty good actually, because Adeline is pretty big and can both attack and block. So maybe this is a way to actually be on the offensive a bit. But the damage just keeps coming in, so...
And Talia's Lieutenant, it's just such a great card in mono white humans. Just was able to make Alvaro's board bigger and able to keep growing the threats on the board.
Yep. I mean, this is one of the best cards in the entire deck because it itself grows, which is very good, but also grows any. So basically, whenever you play it, whether it's after you've grown your board or before, it will affect the battlefield in a meaningful way, right? So you've got a bunch of creatures, they all get better, awesome. You don't have a bunch of creatures, play Lieutenant first, and then it will grow as the game progresses. So there's basically no way to go wrong about it.
Yeah, and these players might have answers. Alvaro might have, for example, a Ganjo to get rid of Adeline. It's one way to deal with this card because other than Adeline, Alvaro can just swing, and at this point, Volter is already at 8 life.
Yeah, yeah. So Mutavolt has just been deployed, so it cannot attack. Okay, we can see some maybe double block action, hoping that Alvaro doesn't have any Eiganjo or Brave the Elements.
And let's not forget that thanks to the Copper Coat Vanguard, other humans have ward 1 and +1/+0.
Yep.
So if you wanna use a spell, you will have to pay the ward cost.
Yeah, so right now what's happening is that we've got Adeline, which is a 2, who has 2 power, but actually then 3 with the buff, is indestructible, and has 4 toughness. So the way that I think they did it is that Walter asked Alvaro how he wants to order the blocks. He did, and then after the order has been declared, he gave Adeline indestructibility so that nothing blocking dies and Alvaro's creature dies. So yeah, it's okay. This has to be the contention.
Yes, they are just deciding, like, going a bit back to see how the order was made, as you said.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So basically, the way it works is that in Magic, you can block a creature with a creature, and that's easy enough. But you can also double, or in general, multi-block. You can block a single creature with as many creatures as you want, and then the opponent, the one attacking, can order how they want to split the damage.
Exactly.
So we've got a resolution of that situation. We don't know what they said exactly, but this is the resolution.
Yeah, so now Alter keeps Adeline on the board and Dauntless Bodyguard. On the other side, we see that Talia's Lieutenant is doing a great job for Alvaro, but definitely things looking a bit more stabilized.
Yep, absolutely. Now he can, there could be some consideration of attacking, although there is still 4 toughness. So it could be double blocked, but... Yep. Okay, so we've got a very simple My 3/2 because of a counter blocks your 2, blocks your 1/1. Castle Ardenvale makes a token instant speed to buff up Adeline's attack. Okay, is it a comeback? Because it actually looks like a comeback. That would be huge.
And this is where, as you said, Adeline is so relevant.
Yep.
Because not only attacks, it also has vigilance, so then it can stay to block. It has 4 toughness, which against mono white is very relevant, and then is also providing you some more blockers in these 1/1s.
Yeah, certainly. Certainly, this is... And also, even if Adeline gets removed, Walter has got a bunch of utility lands, right? So worst case, even if he keeps drawing blanks, he can keep making tokens which could threaten trading, or just chump blocking, or just growing Adeline, while Alvaro actually has to draw actual cards. But this 1-drop, this cheeky 1-drop, allows him to activate it for 4 mana and find a creature from among the top 4 cards of the library. So both players have some kind of like a play long game mechanism, and now we see
Giant Killer.
Yeah, Giant Killer,
which will be able to take care of Adeline, but of course we know there's a bodyguard that can come to save Adeline, making a sacrifice. And I saw in our chat, by the way, Respect the Cat, which actually won one of our most recent events. So it's always nice to see former players of our tournaments here in the community, and really nice.
Yep. Thanks for joining us.
And tell us, where are you watching from? I don't think we still have our American viewers yet. Usually those join a bit later because it's still to middle of the night in America. But I'm sure we already have Australian, European. Let us know. Always curious to see.
Also, if it's Europe, still you'd have to wake up at 9, which doesn't happen often. Now, it's Sunday, maybe you want to sleep in, so you'll tune in for, let's say, half of round 2.
And that castle is providing so much value to Walter, which looks like, even though was on the draw and in the beginning so behind, is finally kind of stabilizing.
Yeah, and I think an Adeline was found?
Adeline was found. I can see there the alternative art.
Yeah,
I
think that was, despite the alternative art, which is quite difficult to discern, I think that's Adeline.
It is.
And if that's the case, this board can become really clogged very soon. And so in those situations, we would have both players staring at each other, growing the board, and the player who's going to win is the one who will identify when it's the time to actually go attacking, because they've got maybe profitable attacks. Because both players might come into this kind of stalemate situation when neither wants to attack, and just, they keep passing the turn.
Yeah, this might happen until one of them has developed the board enough to just swing for, hopefully, a victory.
Yeah, we'll also see how much removal is in their decks, because, some versions play Brutal Cathar, and some don't. We maybe we'll see some Convoking action, because there is one creature that's been played here and there in humans, and that's Knight Errant of Eos, which is an all-star in Convoke, but it's also perfectly fine to play in humans.
And there it is, the Adeline.
Both players are actually table 1, so Alvaro is the first in the standings, and Walter is second.
And I know some people asked in chat, so just to everyone that's joining in, this is just the first round of day 2. Top 64 players here on the tournament, and deck lists are closed, but after top 8 we always publish all the deck lists, so you just have to wait a bit, and then if you're curious about a specific player, you can always find that out. And let me tell you, yesterday we had the meta breakdown, and mono white was definitely not on the top of that list. But today here, first and second on the standings, which tells a lot about, like, these players don't go 9-0 and 8-1 in a tournament like this if the deck is not also very well positioned.
Yeah, that's true. That's true, and it has to be played very well. Combat math is surprisingly difficult. Okay, now we see everything clearly.
And also, for those of you asking, usually Legacy European Tour will upload all the VODs of the full tournament in the YouTube page a couple days after the tournament. So make sure you subscribe to the Legacy European Tour channel. We also have the past events that we have done, which have been a lot since last year.
Yeah, and what about the deck lists? Chat asking about deck lists.
Is this a Dauntless Bodyguard saying Dauntless Bodyguard?
Oh, maybe. I was focused on the deck list thing.
Yeah,
And
so we have here a Dauntless Bodyguard saying protecting the
Yeah.
Dauntless Bodyguard.
Yeah, and the deck list will be available later today when we get into the top 8. Because there's a closed deck list tournament. So you will know the deck list at the end of the day. All of them.
What do you think of cards like Hopeful Initiate? This card usually is really good if your opponent is playing some sort of like, for example, Karuga Fires, where they have relevant enchantments. But what do you think in this mirror match?
So first of all, there are a lot of some kind of semi-random enchantments and artifacts in the format in general. So even though it's a 1-2 that keeps growing, and that's the main purpose, right? You just want this 1-2 to become a 2-3 or a 3-4. This ability comes back pretty often, and in this particular matchup, you might think that there shouldn't be much to actually use this ability on. But in fact, there is ossification, and being able to free up your creature instant speed whenever you feel like it is a huge advantage.
For sure, and here we see that suddenly Alvar was able to develop the board so much and feel so much ahead of Walter playing now Talia.
Yeah, I think now the advantage bar is firmly in Alvaro's favor. Yeah, exactly.
Let's go game 2, and if these players have braved the elements, that might be a card that can just win the game, so let's keep an eye for that one. What else in terms of sideboard do we think we can see in this mirror match?
So, cards like Portable Hall are excellent to get rid of the early drops, to get rid of Thales Lieutenant, no matter the size. So Portable Hall, excellent. Brutal Cathar, a piece of removal. Now, again, if you have it in sideboard, you bring it in. I'm really curious if they're going to side in stuff like maybe Winning Announcement, because it's a popular grindy card, and I'm curious whether we will side in Winning Announcement with the intention of playing a bit of a longer game in general.
And do you think the strategy of sideboard is going to be different for Alvaro and Walter depending on which one is on the play? So in this case, Walter is going to be on on the play this turn. Do you think there's going to be some differences there?
It might, because usually when you're on the play, you want to do your thing, and when you're on the draw, you want to make the opponents not do their thing as much as possible. Because I mentioned earlier, if both of them would be doing the same thing, the play on the play will win if they're doing the same thing. So they clearly cannot. And so I think on the play, you might have just less removal than you would on the draw. For example, now players are sideboarding, deciding what they want to do. Again, I'm really curious if they have considered the mirror when preparing for the event.
Probably not on their top list of priorities when choosing a sideboard to bring to this event. There are decks that are far more popular. I'm sure they're prepared against Rakdos Midrange, Creativity decks, even the new Boros Convoke.
Actually, when you're looking at Walter sideboarding, we can see Knight Errant of Eos actually played in his deck. And this could be a game changer, because when the board gets clogged up, he can always convoke a bunch of creatures, find more creatures, and really pop off. Just as a reminder, Knight Errant of Eos can find another Knight Errant. So, this can be a game changer when it comes to board stall.
For sure, and actually, this is a closed deck list event, so they are not sure what your opponents have on the sideboard. So that might also be an advantage where your opponent doesn't know you have this kind of grindy cards, so kind of stalls the board as well, and then you get that competitive edge.
Yep. Especially as there could be actually huge differences between the lists, because if one player plays Knight Errant of Eos and the other doesn't, that's a huge difference. One player plays, Brutal Cathar and the other doesn't. One player plays, say, to side in Wedding Announcement, the other doesn't. One player maybe plays a bunch of Kithians and the other doesn't. There could be, one maybe player plays the New Lord, the other doesn't yet. Maybe they haven't been convinced yet. So there could actually be huge differences between the lists. Like if you count, it could be like 10 plus different non-lands.
And I actually have a strong prediction about the outcome of this game. I really think after this round, mono white humans will be on the lead.
Yeah, that's a very good prediction. And I
So
fully agree.
let us know who you think is going to win, mono white or mono white. Just kidding.
Yeah, this fact will also heavily impact the way people prepare for Athens, I think. Because, humans were maybe, let's say, the 5th, the 6th, the 7th deck, in order. But now, well, maybe you just have to respect it much, much more.
And let us know, Twitch chat, are you enjoying the event while our players are shuffling their decks? Let us know everything. How is your day going? I hope you enjoy Pioneer as much as we are enjoying so many different deck lists. We know we are watching a mirror, but this has been such a diverse format all weekend long.
Yep, certainly. We've seen Ascendancy, we've seen Karuga Fires, we've seen Rogues, we've seen creativity and different flavors. Like there is so much going on, really. Atraxa Neoform, and we will be bringing to you even more, diversity. But for now, we really want to watch the player who's undefeated. If Alvaro falls, we'll maybe change the strategy. But as long as he's undefeated, he will be on camera.
Yeah, and just a reminder, Alvaro was on the play game 1. Now Walter is going to be on the play game 2 since he did lose. And I'm kind of upset, you know why, Skura?
Why?
Because last weekend I was seeing the results of the standard challenge and I saw this Boros Convoke deck did so well. And I thought everyone is going to bring this deck here. And definitely there's some representation, but it's not at all the most played deck of the weekend. And I prepared so many jokes for this particular deck, and now I cannot use them. Maybe for the best of our audience, to be honest.
Maybe you will use it later, because if I'm looking at the standings correctly, there are 2 Boros. There is one on table 21. There is one on table 23. So they are there. They're not in the top 16 currently, or not even, yeah. But it's possible to see them. It's possible to see them. Out of our day 2 decks, at the top of the standings, we've got Karuga Fires, we've got Lotus Field combo, we've got Mono Black Midrange, Greasefang, Gruul Vehicles, but actually not the Kathrina Gruul Vehicles. It's another copy of this deck by a different player. We've got EZ Phoenix, Dimmer Control, just Neoform Atraxa, and I have to double check one thing because it says Mono Red Devotion, and I don't think I believe my eyes. Yeah, okay, it's actually Mono Green. Somebody named Mono Red. Yeah, multiple really interesting decks at the top of the standings.
And I really like a diverse format, and I'm excited because in 2 weeks we actually have the finals in Athens, and this is definitely going to be a very interesting event. Don't forget that in that event, the top 2 qualifies for the World Championship. Not only does it give several invites for the Pro Tour, you have 2 invites for World Championships. So these players really want to qualify for the finals. These ones are for the finals in Lille later this year. But these events are one of the best ways. And if you want to be playing at a regional championship, you have several ways to do so. So you have these grand qualifiers. We also on Sunday have classic qualifiers in these big tournaments. But you can also qualify for the regional championships at your local game store.
Yeah, and actually, as you said, classic qualifier, we have a classic qualifier which mainly consists of players who dropped after day 1, but not only. And this classic qualifier is actually in modern, so we will see some interesting results of this modern tournament.
For sure, and we have here Walter started with a castle tapped, so no planes there.
Yeah, and no 1-drop. This is big, but oh, and Thalia's left. Okay, so this is actually the case I was talking about previously. So Thalia's lieutenant, theoretically, it kind of feels underwhelming in this position because it's just a 1-1. But this is its strength. You can deploy it like this, and then continue with your game plan. Otherwise, it will just keep growing and growing.
And we see here an attack from Alvaro.
1-drop. Okay, this is a good start.
That's a good. double recruitment officer here for Alvaro. That's where you want to be playing mono white. Turn 1, 1 drop. Turn 2, 2 1 drops. Now turn 3 Adeline. That would be just...
Yeah, or maybe that's possibly even better, a removal spell on the big Thalia's Lieutenant to be able to crash in with everybody.
And as I said before, let's keep eyes for cards like...
This is
yeah.
huge.
So we have a
Wow.
lieutenant
Bam, bam,
there,
bam, bam, bam,
attack
bam, bam,
with
bam, bam.
everything. One lieutenant blocks Kitian, and we have the 2 recruitment offices dealing 3 damage each.
Hello, Vapcha. Good morning. Yeah, I think it's going to be very difficult for Walter because Alvaro's on the draw, but actually he's in the driver's seat. He's putting pressure. Yeah, this. Oh, no land drop. Yeah, this is pretty underwhelming. I think we'll be closing this game pretty soon.
And there it is,
Oh
the
my God,
Adeline.
yeah.
Now we are starting to put counters
Bash
and
with everything. Make a
make a
token.
1-1.
And the 1/1 gross lieutenant, but they're playing pretty fast. Oh my God. Pa 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 pa.
They both know this deck so well.
Yup.
I mean, come on, they are 9-0 and 8-1. You are not able to get this score if you don't know your deck back and forward.
Yep.
And good morning to everyone just joining in.
Yeah, yes. And
Walter just shows 3 ossifications, and the land situation was not ideal. Maybe a risky keep for Walter, and Alvaro did have the explosion start. So here we got a 2-0 for Alvaro that continues undefeated, right?
Yup. 10-0, right? 9-0, 9-0. No,
10-0.
10-0, 10-0. Yeah,
10-0.
that I was correct. Yeah, 10-0. That's wild.
But we have a backup feature match here, and it looks like a Karuga Fires
Yes,
versus Is It Phoenix.
That's an exciting backup.
Now, can you explain to the people watching that maybe don't know this Karuga Fire deck very well, how does it work?
Yeah, so Karuga Fires is a deck that plays Fires of Invention, which is a card that allows you to play spells for free, but it looks at the number of lands you control to determine if you can cast it for free. So if you got four lands, you can play 4 drops for free, up to 2 on a single turn. Enigmatic Incarnation is another, probably even more important card that allows you to sacrifice any enchantment and find a creature with a cost that's +1 of that previous cost. And so basically it's like a big enchantment deck that wants to tutor out key creatures, and one of them is Eleshnorn.
And I've heard it works really well with Leyline Binding, because Leyline Binding actually costs 6, so you can get a creature that costs 7, like Agent of Treasury, right? But you can actually play the Leyline Binding for so much cheaper, because this deck runs multiple Triumphs, as we see. And the other side, somebody asked if it's Phoenix. I think so, because we do see 2 Phoenixes in the graveyard.
Yep, absolutely. And a card like Spell Pierce has been milled. Spell Pierce is excellent in this matchup. Being able to counter Incarnation of Fires for a single mana is a huge tempo swing, but we are way beyond that point. And I think Fires is in the driver's seat and upper game.
Yeah, we are seeing here that Eleshnorn, which is a great card. I actually have a friend that's playing Karuga Fires. He did not make day 2. It didn't go too well, but this deck can get very explosive turns. Oh, it was...
Yeah, that's a classic. That's a classic.
Is it? I see. Is it a joke? I get it.
Oh, okay, now we've got Treasure Cruise. So that's an excellent situation because you've got Ledger, double Connive, and then we get Treasure Cruise draw 3. So now he will go as deep as 5 cards with double Connive and Treasure Cruise. But in order to bring back those Phoenixes, 2 more non-creature spells have to be cast, so specifically instant and sorceries. And there isn't that much mana left, so I think Eugenie has to follow it up with a land drop and then play 2 1-drops. With land drop and play 2 1-drops, yeah.
I to this day, I still think his crazy Legend Shredder is not a legendary.
Oh, really? I've never heard that statement.
I don't know why. I just felt like this card could be a legendary.
Oh, it's very similar to Fable. Like, Fable should be legendary. I think that's one of the ones I feel personally. It's weird
And
that it isn't.
we are conniving away. This card just works so well with Izzet decks, and we see here a post-sideboard Young Pyromancer. Usually this card comes post-sideboard, right?
Yep, absolutely, because
And
it circumvents the graveyard interactions. Um, but what's worth mentioning is that in this particular case, when we had the Ledger Shredder going, Eugenie had to indicate which one's conniving first, because that actually makes a difference which one you're conniving when they've got different sizes. Like, do you want to connive the bigger one first or the smaller one first? And that can depend on the hand you have and plenty of other factors. But hello, Fracom94.
94, a great year, the year I was born. And these Leisure Shredders are getting big. Now I have a question for you, Skura. So this is a Phoenix deck. Some of them run Leisure Shredder, some of them run Thing in Ice, some of them run both. Can you walk us through a bit this decision on which to drop to
Yeah,
choose?
so the basic assumption is that you play Thing in the Ice when there is a creature metagame, right? You want to bounce all the creatures and interact with them like that. However, if the metagame is more mid-range control-y, you prefer Ledger Shredder to sculpt your hand because you don't need that bounce effect, and you also get more value along the way, because with Thing in the Ice, until you get to the flip, it does nothing. It's an 0-4 blocker, while Ledger Shredder attacks, blocks, and provides filtration all the way through. Now there are some builds that play some number of both. You could, for example, play 4 Ledger to Thing in the Ice. I've seen also the other way around.
And we have a Karuga, but it got Mystical Dispute. Karuga also works really well when Elishnorn is on the board, right? Because the triggers get doubled.
Yeah, exactly. In general, Elishnorn affects a surprising number of decks. Like the fact that it denies triggers or multiplies your own.
Exactly. Sometimes it's just good for you, but in the rare, not so rare occasion that it actually stops your opponent to do things, it can sometimes really stop your opponent's strategy.
Yeah, I've watched a game where it was a Karuga Fires versus Brink to Light Scapeshift, and the Brink to Light Scapeshift resolved Elishnorn, and because of the way it's worded, it shuts off the opposing Leyline Binding, because Leyline Binding actually has a trigger, right? You don't target anything when you play it. You play it, it resolves, and then you choose the target. It's a trigger. And so Leyline Binding doesn't work under Elishnorn, and so one of the other opponent, the other player, just couldn't remove it if their life depended on it, and he did.
And we see a full grip from Izzet Phoenix, a lot of cards in hand. Being able to counter that Karuga was essential, not allowing Juan to get more and more cards. We actually see Eugenie here, our Izzet Phoenix player. We saw yesterday play a bit in our feature match as well, and great skill demonstrated by both players.
Yeah, so now the Izzet players considering their options, and they've got a lot of options generally, like between all those cantrips, pieces of the puzzle, the sequencing, whether they want to go for the Phoenix 6 this turn or maybe not. Now we see a Ledger Shredder that's massive. It's a 5/7.
And can you finish the
5/6.
game this turn? Because your shredders are conniving so much, you just need to take non-land cards to the bin to make them bigger. Now with pieces of the puzzle as well being played, I think. And as far as I see, Juan is at 9 lives, so can this be the end here?
It could. It absolutely could. Like if you go, removal, okay, one
There
to
it
you,
is.
bring back some phoenixes and bash you in the air, and that is GG. Very nice for Phoenix.
1-1 now, so we are going to have a game 3. I always like when there's games 3 because at least both players got to do what the deck is supposed to do.
Yeah.
I don't like when we see like this 2-0 that one of the players could not really do their strategy, just doesn't feel good. But here, both players showcasing the potential of their decks, and we are going to have game 3. And while this player is shuffling up, what do you think about sideboarding this particular matchup?
I think for Phoenix, you really want to have cheap interaction, but the only interaction that actually is meaningful is not really removal, but it's more like counter magic. So you want to have mystical disputes, you want to have spell pieces. Now, annoyingly for Phoenix, Leyline Binding costs usually 1 mana, even though it's a 6-drop. So a spell piece might not even cut it sometimes against this particular card. And exile removal is annoying because the selling point of the deck is that if you kill a Phoenix, it comes back like a Phoenix. But in this matchup, it won't really be the case that often.
And our players are shuffling in. For those of you joining, this is round 10 of the Grand Open Qualifier, the first round of day 2. We have 6 rounds today, plus a cut to top 8, and there are 64 players today, which was the cut to day 2. Our players are shuffling in. You know what I love here in Valencia? The food. The food is amazing, and it is very inexpensive.
Oh, absolutely, yes. I think the inexpensive part is one of the best parts of it. You can eat as much as you want, leave happy.
So there's going to be a Magic Con this summer. It's also in Spain, in another city, Barcelona, but you have to try the Spanish cuisine if you're going to that one.
Right, so now players are still deciding what they want to do. I think Karuga Fires will try to play this kind of control-y role. Because, you know, the longer the game goes, the better it's for them. At some point, they'll play Karuga, draw 5 cards, and be really, really happy about it. They count in the deck, just to make sure.
Karuga is now alongside with Giganta, I think, the companions that are played the most. Which, in this format at least, which if you think about it in the beginning, once the companion mechanics started, they were not the most played. We had Geruda, remember? It was so much played in the beginning.
Yes, Jairuda was certainly something. I really like the fact that Karuga is back, because Karuga is really fun, at least for the person playing it. I think one of the most important ones is also Kahira. Sometimes we see Yorion, but not that often. But I think one of the most maybe annoying ones is Gigantha. And it's not annoying because it's an annoying card per se, it's just a 5/5 that is used as a 5/5. But you can squeeze it randomly into so many decks.
Actually, yesterday my friend was playing with Giganta, and he told me I won 3 games today with Giganta. And our other friend replied, "That's not a good sign."
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. So this is the type of card that you play because you can, but doesn't really add anything. It has no synergies with anything. You just play it because why not?
Are these players both Spanish? The names sound Spanish. So Eugenie Sanchez sounds like a Spanish name. Juan Godoy, Juan sounds as well as a Spanish name. I might be wrong, but these players might be both Spanish players, so maybe local. What is this?
Okay, this is hateful. This
Two
is
Leyline of the Void.
this is super hateful. Okay, double Leyline and Phoenix. So this is where exactly Young Pyromancer comes in. This is where Legend Shredder comes in. This is where Thing in the Ace comes in. Crackling Drake, or Planeswalkers. This is why you need those alternative plans, because your Delve, because your Phoenixes might not cut it in post-board games.
Yeah, exactly as you said. Young Paramancers might come handy. Also, just art casting the Phoenix. Great options for Eugenie that now.
Wow. Just taking Karuga to hand and say, "Yeah, I've got time. No worries."
But there it is, Young Pyromancer. Does Juan have good ways to deal with this card?
Yeah, Leyline Binding is a really good one. And the issue is that even if Eugenie is holding up spell piece, Leyline Binding, 1 mana, easy, no problem. We also saw Eugenie play yesterday, and we saw Jaya Fiery Negotiator. So that might be a card we'll be seeing soon. Maybe as soon as the next turn. But again, Leyline Binding is such a great catch-all that Jaya will just get Leyline bound. and that's it.
And Leyline Binding is such a great card, played in multiple decks.
Yeah.
And also, the Triumphs just made all these more grindy kind of decks show, and it ties so well together with Leyline Binding.
Yeah, it very much does. And also, it ties very well with Karuga because Leyline Binding is a permanent that meets the Karuga's, let's say, restriction or condition. So you would draw a card for every Leyline Binding on the battlefield. But you would also draw a card for every Leyline of the Void on the battlefield because it's a permanent costing 4. So as soon as next turn, Juan might just play Karuga and draw cards for each Leyline.
Casually drawing a bunch of cards. But we saw that Eugenie had post-sideboard Mystical Dispute, so we might see a cheap counter like that. There it is, a
Yeah.
Leyline Binding taking care of that young Pyromancer, recognizing is a big threat here. And is this Fable of the Mirror
It
Breaker?
seems to be, yeah. But yeah, this is exactly what happens. Like Leyline Binding, and nothing could really be done about it.
So there we have Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
Wow. So it's Lightning Axe, pitching Treasure Cruise, get rid of a Goblin Shaman. And now Phoenix Attack. Okay,
Casting Phoenix is the only way you have, instead of getting it back from the grave. You just have to win like this. Just casting the Phoenix for 4 mana and...
yeah, but this game is already coming to a close. Because this turn, Juan will get to discard 2, play his land, play Karuga, draw 4, and then from this point it's going to be probably pretty trivial. Unless Eugenie comes up with something. So in Modern, in those cases, you would just play Blood Moon. You've got your blue-red is a blue-red deck, punishing those greedy mana bases with a post-board Blood Moon, and you're happy. However, in this particular spot, there is nothing Eugenie can actually do to properly punish Juan for everything they're doing.
Yeah, and now not even having mana open for something like the Mystical Dispute. And 4 mana, fires.
Fires into Omnath. Oh my god.
Oh, and no land was played yet. There it is, a land entering. It's a Triumph, and Juan gaining some life. What do you think of the inclusion of Omnath in this deck?
Well, Omnath serves a few purposes. So it's just a 4-drop that gains you life and draws you a card. That's already good. But crucially, you can make your land drop with Fabled Passage, crack it, get another land, and this way get a huge boost in mana. Now, this mana can be always spent, because even if your hand is empty, you can just take Karuga and play Karuga, right? So this mana is never going to waste.
And if there was an advantage bar, I think it would be pretty heavy for Juan right now. Kenrit making also an appearance. Kenrit the Return King, such a great card. And now look at these triggers.
Yeah.
Karuga just drawing so
3,
many
4,
cards.
5, 6, 7. Literally 7.
And land.
Yep.
It's a Fable Passage, so we could still go and get another.
Wow. Okay.
Good games there. Juan taking the win, advancing now at 8-2 after round 10 with Karuga fires. Eugenie now 7-3 after round 10, but we still have 5 more rounds after this one, and then a cut to top 8. I think what these players at this point are trying to is, first of all, they already made day 2, so they already made some money, they already made top 64, but they really want the top 32 because that's what's going to give them the qualification for Lille later on this year.
Yeah, this is something that players have been fighting for so much, just to be able to go to the RC, because this is where you really test your abilities. Because you can, qualify for the PT, you can qualify for Worlds, you can win a bunch of money, you'll be really happy if you go to Lille. So this is what they are indeed fighting for. But our Phoenix player, despite losing, could still top it. He can just win everything else. Just win all the rounds until the end of Swiss, and he might just top 8 anyways.
And we've seen cases like this where players start with not so great of a score on day 2, but then they end up winning a lot. And then also the reverse, where a player starts day 2 undefeated and then just doesn't make top 8 because the day 2 just doesn't go well. We still have 5 more rounds. And what are you thinking of the game so far?
Oh, the games have been excellent, they have been exciting, and I can't wait to see more. I want to see blue-black control, I want to see, I mean, of course, blue-white control with cats. I want to see more rogues, I want to see more creativity. There is so much more I want to see. Rakdos Midrange, why not? Let's watch one mirror and see what happens. So yeah, I'm really excited for today.
And let us know, you watching at home, what deck would you bring if you were playing this tournament and why? I feel like a lot of players would bring this new Poros Convoke deck. It's so much fun. I've watched some players with it and really had fun. I think our backup feature match is starting to shuffle their end, so I think we will have another backup, and there it is. Actually, Sergio Garcia is a name that I recognize because I think Sergio did well in past tournaments of ours, so it's always nice to see these players that make consistent results that we see here on the feature match over and over again across the tournaments that we've been doing for the past year. On the other side, we have Tony Martos, and I actually know Tony Martos. Is a friend of the Portuguese players, so I think also Spanish player.
Yeah, we've got Mono Black Midrange versus Rakdos Midrange, so it is indeed a midrange battle. But the decks are actually quite different. Like Mono Black has way more utility lands, you know, removal, hives, and it's much more consistent, right? You're never missing a color. You're straight up Mono Black. And also, I'm not sure if this is the list we saw last time, but it might also have Invoke Despairs.
And for those of you watching that are from Spain, tell me if my pronunciation is correct on this name. Sergio Garcia. Sergio Garcia. Probably not. And we have Castle, Lockwane, and another side we have a knife with Totsis, and we reveal a couple of lands. It looks like a command.
Yeah, so yeah, a bunch of lands, K command, Bone Crusher Giant. And I can see the chat really did appreciate your pronunciation, so
Yay!
that's good. Yeah. Okay, so now this is one of the reasons why I really like Pioneer. So many lands do things. Like here on the left, you can see Castle Lochtwain and Den of the Bugbear. Right? So like I can't imagine flooding in this format. Like honestly, like you always have something to do with the man lands, with the draw lands. You have the channel lands that you top deck.
So we have Bankbuster played by Sergio, and then Tony used Stomp end of Sergio's turn, and then played the Bone Crush Giant on his turn. And now we are going for Sergio playing a Blood Tide Harvester, making a blood token and leaving 1 mana up for something that can be, for example, a Fatal Push.
And again, the player on the right basically playing a deck from Standard, Blood Tide Harvester, Reckon a Bankbuster, but it doesn't seem to be mono black, so we must have got the wrong name, or, which is probably very likely, this player using MTG Melee decided to mark it as mono black.
And I really appreciate Sergio that bringing the big die for a Bankbuster, because my eyes sometimes cannot see how many counters there are, but in this case I can see perfectly how many, but there we see a push getting rid of that. Really great decks here by both players, and Rakdos Midrange overall doing very consistent decks. Maybe it will not be the deck with the highest conversion, but it's the most played deck of day one. We don't have the meta breakdown for day two yet, but that should be coming up in the next few rounds.
Yep, certainly. I'm really curious, what the conversion of Rakdos is, but also of these kind of other off-the-wall decks, like, Dimmer Rogues or Creativity.
And I like how Tony there is bringing two different arts for the Bone Crush Giant. We see a power kill for taking care of one of the Bone Crusher Giants, but another one entering from the Adventure Zone. And don't forget, every time that you're targeting the Bone Crusher Giant, you also take 2 damage. Yeah, I think we have the life totals inverted. We will take care of fixing that up for you all.
Yep.
Crocs up. So now Tony needs to discard something. It was a land, so we'll lose 3 life. Yeah, for sure the life totals are inverted there. We will fix that in a bit.
Okay, now, as what I said previously, now materializes. So you've got a manland coming, okay, wanting to go to the red zone, but gets destroyed.
Yeah, and that's the thing with the lands that transform themselves into something else. It's very good, but then if they get removed, you not only lose a creature, you also lose a land that later on can give you some advantage. And we know how mana can be relevant, especially when you're playing cards like Castle Lockcoin that you want to start activating to draw extra cards and get that advantage.
Yep. No, like, even if we look at the mana base of Sergio, we've got Castle, Sokenzan, and Hivemind.
Yeah, it's a Rakdos mirror. The names are a bit incorrect there. We are trying to get that fixed. And here Sergio using Stomp and Bonecrush Giant, and now Tony, Reckon, Bankbuster, and already entering and drawing a card. This card is great, allowing you to provide so much card advantage.
Okay, so 4 mana gets tapped, and Croxa will be escaped, and that's a huge threat that, I mean, unfortunately for Sergio, it can be fatal pushed in a pinch, but at least he provides some value on ETB. So that's certainly key, and I've got Bone Crusher and Croxa staring at a Bone Crusher. Okay, and just as I said it, fatal push gets rid of the Croxa. Maybe we'll see some Bankbuster action. Okay, so now we've got Blood Tithe Harvester, get a blood, 1 mana remaining. Bankbuster's used.
There it is, the blood token.
So this might come down to damage, because we've got a true onslaught of creatures, Bone Crusher, Blood Tithe, whatever other creature is played can crew Bankbuster. Okay, now we've got, okay, so we're stabilizing, I guess, a bit.
Fable of the Mirror Breaker, it's a great card to stabilize.
Card Delver of Secrets, yeah, it's beautiful, certainly. Fun fact, its story is told on 3 separate cards. And yeah, it's certainly iconic. Like, if I were to get a gift for birthday, I would really like to get, like, 4 foil beautiful Delvers. Yeah, cheers to all the Delver players. And yeah, we're changing the name of the deck on the right as we speak. We've sent the appropriate info to make that happen.
And blood token, I really like the blood tokens. They allow you to also be able to discard something, get something that you need. It becomes to be such an utility card, and why Blood Tide Harvester is also one of the most played cards in Rakdos. And a lot of times we make this joke that we don't know if we are playing Standard or Pioneer, because in these Rakdos specifically, a lot of the cards are legal in Standard right now.
Yep, and Blood Tithe Harvester specifically is such a good 2-drop, it's unbelievable. First of all, it very often trades up with 3 drops because of 3 power, so that's excellent. It provides value as it enters the battlefield, so if it's removed, whatever, you've got blood lying around. It can be used as removal, right? It also crews Bankbuster. Like, there are just so many uses. Delver players are villains in Legacy, but they are heroes in Modern and Pioneer. See how much the perspective changes, like,
It depends on the format.
It really does. It really does.
And here players taking time to make a decision, as the board state usually tend to get complicated on these Rakdos Midrange mirrors, and I'm sure these players prepared for the mirror because Rakdos Midrange is one of, if not the most played deck in Pioneer at the moment, for sure the most played here at the tournament this weekend.
Yes, red-black mid-range would be, yeah, would be heroes in Legacy. Yep. Yep. The moment we see Reckon a Bankbuster in Legacy, we know that something's gone terribly wrong.
But it's such a great card across multiple formats.
How's Mono White doing? Well, one of them is 10-0, so I guess pretty good.
And the other one just lost to it, so
Yeah, exactly. We had a Mono White mirror at table 1. And we will also watch it next round because we want to keep covering our undefeated player until they're undefeated. I mean, as long as they're undefeated.
which might be all day.
Which it might, yes. 1 a.m. in Vancouver time. Cheers to Vancouver.
And let us know, chat, are you enjoying the stream? Are you having fun? We hope you are all having an amazing day, a great Sunday with Magic. It's always my favorite to spend the weekend. And Liliana of the Veil, I really like this card. And it was a pun intended because this card is this card, which Liliana does.
Nice. Yep, indeed.
My magic puns are really bad.
Now we see a nice trick of using Bone Crusher to crew Bankbuster before you actually sacrifice it. But sometimes you could even reanimate or crew Bankbuster to sacrifice it to Liliana.
Great that you are enjoying paper magic. We all enjoy casting it. We love paper magic as well.
And right now we're watching an intense situation where one player has got Liliana, Bankbuster, Bone Crusher, and Blood Tithe, and the other has Fable and Bankbuster. So, and the player on the right has lower life total, and I can see Tony, putting his head between his hands, trying to think of the best situation, and that's no attacks pass is the decision.
And Fable making into the second step. Sergio here discarding a Blood Creep, drawing a card. We will post the meta breakdown for day 2 very soon. I think we will have also a slide with the conversion rates.
We are working on it. Yes, we're working on conversion rates as well.
Which I always love to see. It's one of my favorite things to see in these formats that have multiple days in these events, is how the decks performed. There were some Boros Convoke decks, but I will be honest, not as much as I expected after last weekend's challenge where they did so great.
Yeah, so they are not dominating top tables, if that's what you're asking about. They are not dominating top tables. We do have a few, so no worries. We do have a few in day 2. But we will get to you with all the information soon. We're working on day 2 meta breakdown, but we're also working on day 2 conversion rates. And these are two different things, because we want to see, out of all the decks played day 1, how many advance to day 2, right? So for example, if there were, let's say, just 5 Phoenixes, but all of them day 2'd, that will be impressive, right? And on the flip side, if you have just 1 Karuga Fires and that one deck day 2'd, it's not just as impressive. Okay, yep, I can see Tony clapping his hand, applauding, because he just won a mirror, advancing to 8-2.
That was a great game there. And which Liliana art did you prefer? The one played by Sergio or the one played by Tony? Because they both... it was really good.
OG.
It was fun because they both had Fatal Push, but with different arts, Liliana as well, I think it's really fun. So, I think these are going to be the matches that we have here for round 10, which is the second round of the day. Just to make a quick recap, this was the round 2 of day 2, so round 10 overall. We have today the total of 6 rounds and then a cut to top 8, so total of 9 rounds. The players today are the players that made top 64 yesterday, and the top 32 gets a qualification for the Legacy European Championship later this year in Lille.
Yep, perfect. And so we're finishing this round up, and see you next round.
See you next round with Martin and Lily.
Mi chiamo Francesco Falcone, sono un arbitro L2 da Terracina, provincia di Latina, vicino Roma. In these events, you tend to have only the most experienced judges. So before attending these events, you have to undergo large amount of training. And before any event, you have a lot of rules, a lot of documents that you can study. You have several lesser events you can use to practice, like liven up your English. And if you are able to speak multiple languages, best. Really, there are all sorts of skills involved in this sort of job, so practicing any of them is a great way to prepare any legacy event. Legacy events have several, it's called rules enforcement levels. So you have a regular, let's say, amateur, casual events, and you have competitive events, the ones that attract professional players. And in the competitive events, you sometimes find novice players, and in the amateur event, you can find also professional players, very competitive players, maybe didn't do so well in the competitive portion, or maybe just want to relax. So you find a lot of different experience levels, and you have to understand that not everyone wants to play at the same level, and you need to match the expectation of both players, both the ones who want to have fun and the ones who want to grind or really want to win, because this is a very competitive game. You really have to make sure that everyone walks away from the table with a satisfactory experience. So side events are regular rules enforcement levels, so they are casual amateur tournaments. The focus is to players have fun, to make them feel welcome, and make sure that they have a good time. So the best way is to make sure that they have fun. You don't have to entertain them, but you have to make sure that everything runs smoothly. Most specifically in the way of time, there are no significant delays on the schedule, and on the gameplay side of things. So you basically need to be a host, a steward for the event, and make sure that you are there for their necessities and to fix any problem that might arise in a timely and complete and satisfactory fashion. I like traveling a lot. I like meeting new people. I like meeting people from every walk of life. I like the challenge of having to always do better and improve myself. I like the challenge of doing well in the event and in each situation. It's a very multifaceted experience, and you need to master a lot of skills. You need to try and do your best in several different areas, and I really like that. And now we're back to the schedule coverage. Bye.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back from Valencia. I am here with Martin. We are ready to comment for round 2 of today, so round 11 of the full tournament. We are in day 2, top 64 today from yesterday. And do you know what we are going to see right now before the games?
Yeah, everyone is obviously curious about the conversion rates and how did this deck do, how did Boros do, how did Rakdos do. So we're gonna show you a day 1 metagame breakdown, where Rakdos Midrange was the most popular deck, roughly a fifth of the field, followed by a pretty diverse metagame. Some of the usual suspects. Mono Green Devotion, Azorius Control, Creativity. We have Boros Convoke, just 3.39%. That's not a lot. And in the next slide, we can show you the actual metagame conversion, the day 2 conversion. So how did these decks do?
How did they perform yesterday?
How did they perform? Yeah. So Rakdos Midrange managed to put 23% of the players into day 2. So it did a little bit better than the percentage of day 1.
Let's see, we can switch the slide.
Yeah, Mono Green Devotion 12.5, is it Creativity 10%. So no deck is doing really, particularly too well or anything. Lotus Field combo is still one of those decks that's not, one of those. Oh, that was metagame breakdown.
Yeah.
Never mind. That was day 2 breakdown. Okay, sure.
This one is our conversion for day 2.
Okay, so this was the slide I was looking for. So Rakdos Midrange, roughly every 5th person made day 2. That's pretty much sort of expected. I don't think the deck is particularly, overpowered or anything. It's just a very solid deck. Mono Green Devotion did pretty well. Lotus Field combo put every 3rd player into the second game. I think that is definitely worth noting. We have Karuga Fires is 40%. Neoform Atraxa at 50% conversion rate. That's also definitely something.
It was the deck that performed best yesterday.
Boros aggro 40%. That's also interesting.
And now we're ready for this round. Players are just waiting for us to tell them they can start. And we are going to see Christian Retuerta against Tony Martos, Rakdos Midrange, Mirror deck, Mirror games.
So, I want to apologize a little bit here. I was in charge of picking the feature matches. I was looking at the wrong round. We had some really cool matches lined up, but it turned out I was looking at round 10. So we are looking at Rakdos Midrange Mirror as the main feature match, which obviously you're gonna be seeing a lot of Rakdos. It is the most popular deck in the field. But let's use this match as a sort of a lesson. Maybe you're thinking of playing Rakdos yourself. How do you tune the deck for the mirror, maybe?
Yeah,
or
exactly.
what are some of the most interesting or some of the common lines of play, some of the play patterns that you need to learn if you are gonna play a matchup like that?
Let's see what happened. Meanwhile, they are both 8-2, so great results for both of them. Reckoner on the field for Tony. Let's see what has happened. Do you think it's this? I saw this deck is pretty similar to standards. There is so many difference between Pioneer Rakdos and standard Rakdos. Do you think there is something that we can?
Yeah, the decks are very similar to standard. A lot of the cards are either the same. You have Fable of the Mirror Breaker. You have Shield Dread. The mana base is also very much the same. You have a bunch of dual lands. Obviously, here we have Pathways instead of Sulfuro Springs. We also have access to the Black Castle, which is really good in the mirror. So, for example, if you're looking at the mana base of this deck and you're thinking, okay, well, there's a lot of dual lands already. What utility lands can I play? So, for example, at the Pro Tour in Philadelphia, Shota Yasoka, who ended up top 8ing the event, actually cut Kroxa from the list entirely and added a couple of Mutavaults. This is a way to make the deck a little bit, more aggressive, or sometimes you're gonna have, these turns where you just cast a 2-drop, but you have 2 mana left. Maybe you can keep it up for removal spells, but maybe you want to get more aggressive. If you add more Mutavaults into the list, that allows you to do that. if you want to run Atraxa, I would strongly recommend not running Mutavault because then you're going to run into these issues with, having a colorless land into play and then trying to cast a black, black, red, red card from your graveyard. Other than that, some of the cards are mostly the same. Yeah, Fable, Reckoner Bankbuster is not a card I would expect to see in Pioneer if I just looked at the metagame as a whole. But with Rakdos being so popular and being, a fifth of the field, sometimes a fourth of the field, it does make sense to have them at least in the 75. You don't need to play them in the main deck because it's going to be one of your worst cards against a deck like Boros Convoke or some of these aggressive decks like mono-white humans or, some mono-red variants.
Yeah, but still can find place in sideboard.
Yeah, but you can slap it at least in the sideboard, and it's gonna shine in these mid-range mirror matches. So if you're playing against another Rakdos deck, it's gonna shine against blue-white control, for example. So it's a metagame call. If you wanna tune your deck for the mirror, definitely try to add some more Reckoner Bankbusters. The castle in the mana base is also great in these slower matchups. So having it for the mirror against blue white, against whatever Karuga fires, all these games that go long, that's where the castle is really good. If you're trying to tune your deck a little bit more against the aggressive metagame, I would recommend having a little bit more cheap removal maybe. The good thing about this deck is that even if you draw too many cards that are bad for a certain matchup, let's say you're playing against blue-white control and you draw a Fatal Push and an Abrade, you can still end up ditching those cards to Fable of the Mirror Breaker. So it's not like you're going to be stuck with cards that are completely useless in a certain matchup. With Fable in the deck, it is fine to tune the deck a little bit for a certain metagame because even if you play against the wrong matchup, you can still end up discarding the cards to Fable and drawing something else.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the way this matchup works is it is a grind. It is an attrition war. The last threat standing usually wins the game. So both players are discarding each other's hand with Thoughtseize. They're killing each other's creatures with Fatal Push, with all these removal spells, using Bloodtide Harvester to make sure that the other person doesn't get any value from their Fable tokens. But the most important cards are definitely Fable of the Mirror Breaker and Reckoner Bankbuster. It's all about card advantage. It's all about just having the last threat standing. So make sure you use removal wisely and make sure that you try to get extra cards anywhere you can, and you're trying to work towards the end game where the last threat is left standing, rather than trying to focus on being overly aggressive in the early game. Sometimes one player is going to win if the other one is stuck on 2 lands or maybe has too bad of a draw, but usually these games go very, very long, and it is not unusual for both players to have 8 or 9 lands in play and just be drawing cards off of Bankbusters.
Attacking with Goblin, we can see a Fable, both Fables and Reckoner on Tony's side. But we saw also a She-Holdred for Christians. So make a treasure with the Goblin. Use the treasure for a She-Holdred. Now both players have She-Holdred, so they're starting to lose life and gain life every single round. 2 mana. And the Atraxa coming on the board.
For example, if you're playing the mirror and you're in the draw, your opponent starts with a Bloodtide Harvester, and you have a Fatal Push in hand, or you have a Bonecrusher Giant in hand, something that can kill the Harvester. Your opponent untaps, it's now their turn 3, and they attack with the Harvester. I would recommend not killing it right away and keeping your Fatal Push or your Bonecrusher Giant to see if they follow it up with a Fable of the Mirror Breaker, because if they do, you really want to be able to kill the Fable token so they don't start getting free treasures and free value from their creature. So you take 3 damage. It's a little bit unintuitive. You're going to be playing the removal anyway, but by waiting till the end of the turn and taking some damage, you're gonna have more of a choice by seeing what they do on the 3rd turn. If they play Fable, you really want to be able to kill the token, not let them get ahead on resources. And this way, if you do kill the Fable, you can untap and play yours, for example. On the other hand, if you do end up just straight up killing the Harvester to not take damage, which is in some cases going to be relevant as well, then they're going to play Fable, and next turn you are stuck in a very bad decision, because if you want to play your Fable, then your opponent's going to be the first attacking with theirs, so they're already going to get a free treasure. If you want to play removal at that point, then you're not really advancing your own board, so you're in this awkward situation where both of the solutions are not great. So by letting them deal 3 damage to you, you do get more of a choice, and that also lets you have a better turn 3 yourself.
Meanwhile, we saw Christian at 16 life points, Tony is at 8. The fatal push was on the Fable of the Mirror Breaker, on the reflection of the Kiki-Jiki, of course, because it was flipped. And 3 lands, just 3 lands for Tony. But he still have the token from the Fable, so he can try to make the 4th land with a treasure, the 4th mana source. There is still one blood token on the field, so Blood Tide can still do something. But he cannot deal with the Shieldred right now. And with the Shieldred only for Christian and 8 life points for Tony could be difficult right now.
Shieldred is also one of the very important cards in the mirror, so try to save your removal if you can for either the Fable token or Shieldred. There are going to be situations where it's going to look appealing to try to kill their Trespasser or Harvester or the Misery Shadow, and obviously in some situations that's going to be the right play. But if you can afford it, if you can wait with the removal a little bit longer and maybe see if on their 4th turn they play Shieldred or not, I think that's usually a good idea to try to wait a little bit, because Shieldred is one of those cards that can also just decide the game.
He's counting, because if he attack with the black creature, then he can use mana for the text and gain +1/+1. So if he can do enough damages, then She-Holded can finish this.
Another thing I can recommend for the mirror is if you have Kroxa and you don't really have a turn 2 play, I would keep Kroxa in my hand and just try to use it later in the game, because if you just play Kroxa on turn 2 as a, I'm going to deal 3 to you, you're going to discard a card, that's a fine way to use your mana if you really need to and you don't have anything else to do. But at the same time, these decks are usually running Graveyard Trespasser, so you're just going to be exposing your Kroxa to potentially getting it exiled, right on turn 3, without the ability of being able to replay later on. If you wait with the card in your hand, you might not get the same card with it as you would on turn 2 when the player is unsure, am I going to hit the right amount of land drops? Maybe I need to discard a non-land card right now. Maybe I need to keep a land. Maybe it's the other way around. But if you wait with the Kroxa, you are going to be more likely to be able to escape it in the late game. And Kroxa is definitely one of the better cards in the mirror, because once somebody does get it down in the late game, both players' hands are usually empty at that point, and it's not an easy creature to kill.
Yeah, exactly. Sacrificing both Blood Ties Harvester for deal with She-Holdred. The token is still on the field, the Fable of the Mirror Breaker token. But it's pretty stuck with 3 mana. Using 1 blood token, discard and draw 1 card. And removal on Kroxa.
Okay, well, this was looking really bad for Tony. Playing on 3 life against both Kroxa and Shieldred, but the double Harvester plus removal combo takes care of that. Wow, that's
Another Shieldred.
okay, okay.
This was a nice top deck.
There are some situations in the mirror where it pays off to be more aggressive, and that's the games where both players have Castle Lockdwain.
Mhm.
You know, if the game goes long, activating your castle, you're gonna be up on cards. Obviously, you're gonna take some damage from it every now and then, or rather lose your life. So if both players, you know, if it looks like the game is going to reach that point later in the game, it might be a good idea to be more aggressive earlier to try to deny your opponent some extra cards later
Mhm.
on. Rakdos really rewards practice and the understanding of how the matchups go. It's a deck you can definitely pick up even if you haven't played it before and if you don't really know the metagame, because you do have a card like Thoughtseize. You don't really, you know, most of the time you don't really need to know what your opponent is playing, because at least with Thoughtseize you're going to be able to, you know, take a look at their hand and figure out their game plan that way. But there are so many small edges you can gain by, you know, sometimes waiting with your card till the end of the turn, sometimes playing a card on a different, you know, part of the turn, that it certainly does reward experience.
First game for Christian. The Shieldred deals the final damage. What do you think could be a... What do you want to try to find in your sideboard for this kind of matchup?
Yeah, so if you're playing Rakdos Midrange Mirror, like we just said, it is about last threat standing, right? So you don't you wanna have as many grindy cards as possible. And grindy means in a long game, you know, the card's gonna be able to create additional value for you, ideally every turn. So a card like Shieldred sort of creates value in the sense that you're gaining life, your opponent's losing life, so you're working towards actually winning the game by, you know, getting them to zero. But you also want cards that get you value in terms of resources, like more cards. So something like, you know, Chandra, Torch of Defiance, or perhaps having a threat that's going to be really hard for your opponent to remove. We've seen some players with Hazoret, for example. That's a card if you play in the Rakdos Mirror. I'm not sure if there is a lot of ways to actually stop it. I don't think Rakdos is very good at exiling permanents, so something like Hazoret could be a great sideboard card. You know, Chandra, Torch of Defiance, maybe Chandra, Hope's Beacon. Even though the card costs 6 mana, it is still one of the better cards you can play in the Rakdos Mirrors. But keep in mind that the more expensive the cards are, the harder it's going to be to have like a decent draw post board against Thoughtseize decks. If you have too many expensive cards, your opponent can just, you know, play turn one Thoughtseize into Harvest or Fable, and definitely put too much pressure on you before you're able to cast the expensive card. So something that costs like 4 mana is I believe ideal. I usually like to bring in these cards like Chandra, maybe more Crocs. So I think Crocs is really good in the mirror as well. And you can also bring in, you know, something like Unlicensed Hearse if your opponent has a lot of graveyard cards. Go Blank is also a card we typically see in the Rakdos Mirror post board, because, well, it is still a 2-for-1. It doesn't really affect the board, but the match is not, you know, particularly fast. So getting a 2-for-1 on turn 3 and making sure your opponent's graveyard stays exiled is also a decent way to, you know, get some card advantage.
And I think for me, one of the most difficult things to think about is not what to take in from sideboard, but what do I take out from a main deck?
Right. That's a good point. Generally, we see both players cut down on removal a little bit. Depends on exactly the versions. Graveyard Trespasser can be great if your opponent is on the Croxa version. If they're on a slightly different version, maybe they have the Mutavaults, they don't have Croxa themselves. Maybe Trespasser is not, you know, one of your best cards. Yeah, sometimes we cut a little bit of removal. Something like Dreadbore is not a great card because sorcery speed is not that great in this matchup, especially in that situation we talked about on turn 2 when you're on the draw. You know, having Dreadbore means you do have to kill the Harvester, then your opponent follows it up with Fable, already gets a token in play. Now you're in a bad spot of either having to answer it but not progressing your board. So yeah, those would be my first picks to cut. Also, sometimes people cut Thoughtseize in a matchup like that, but I think it's still fine, especially if people if people have more harvesters these days, Thoughtseize is still going to be a good card because the matchup is about Fable and about Harvester the most, and Thoughtseize just lets you take it away from their hand.
As we can see, Tony turn 2 a Reckoner on the field. Maybe trying to get delayed a little bit could be useful.
So it's a Bone Crusher Giant, go for the throat. I believe that's a Graveyard Trespasser and 2 lands for Tony. It's a pretty good opening hand. You know, turn 2. When you're looking at your opening hand in the Rakdos Mirror, it is a matchup where you don't want to mulligan too much. You know, as we just said, it is a grindy match. It's an attrition war, last threat standing. So you don't want to mulligan too much because it is a Thoughtseize deck as well. They're going to be able to take some of the best cards from your hand. So mostly you're just looking to make land drops in the first couple of turns. Make sure you have 3 or 4 lands in the first 3 or 4 turns, and then by in your opening hand, you ideally want to see either a Bankbuster, Thoughtseize, or a Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Ideally, all 3 in this order, but it's not always going to be that easy.
Use the blood token, discard a mountain. And attacking with the Blood Tide.
This is the situation where Tony is deciding, do I want to kill your creature now? Do I want to save my Bone Crusher, for later on when you might play a Fable post board? Like, what am I going to do?
Right now he's decided to use a Braid because the Bone Crusher is
that was Thoughtseize. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Fourth land and the Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
There it is. So Christian used a couple of Thoughtseizes to clear the way for Fable. That's exactly what happened. This was the turn where Tony was thinking, okay, well I have 2 removal spells. I'm just gonna use one on the Harvester now. But then Christian was able to use another Thoughtseize and resolve Fable. So now he's the one that can possibly start getting advantage from his Fable token.
Yes, also because without creature, it's double removal spent, so difficult to have the third one right away for deal with the Fable.
I think there is actually another go for the throw. Maybe it's a Fatal Push in Tony's hand. Yeah, it's like, oh, wait a second. No treasure for you. Let me think about this. But again, this is a situation. It's the last removal spell. Do you want to fire it off here at the Goblin token, or are you gonna say, well, we're already on turn 4 or 5. If you get an extra treasure here, it's not gonna be that big of a deal because we already have access to 4 or 5 mana. So maybe I want to save my Go for the Throat, or even if it's a Fatal Push, you already have access to Revolt thanks to the treasure. So maybe I want to let you attack me, and I would rather save my removal for a possible Shield Dread. This is definitely something to think about.
He's decided to remove the token. Meanwhile, we have a pilot.
So I think what happened is Kologan's command was able to not only kill the token, but also bring back the Bone Crusher Giant from the graveyard. So that's another way to get some card advantage in the mirror. Kologan's command 2 for 1. I'm gonna kill your thing. I'm gonna bring back my Bone Crusher Giant. Bone Crusher Giant is another 2 for 1 because it's gonna be able to kill another creature most of the time. Plus it's a 4/3. So these are exactly the types of plays that you need to make in the mirror to try to get ahead on cards. And eventually, when all the dust settles on turn 7, 8, 9, you're going to be the one with a couple of last threats standing.
Crewing the Reckoner, attacking with both the Reckoner and the land. With the token, of course, created by the Den.
Yeah, I think Goblang was a little bit more popular when decks like Is It Phoenix where some of the most played decks in the metagame, and it's certainly true. It's not as popular these days, but I think it's still a fine sideboard card to play.
Bone Crusher on the pilot.
Imagine mulliganing on the play in the Rakdos Mirror, and the other person hits you with Thoughtseize into go blank, then you're pretty much just, it's like the game is over at that point. But it's certainly a card that, you know, there's a good balance. It's pretty good on the right turn. It's good early, you know, turn 4 or 5 when they have the last 2 cards in hand. It's gonna be the best card you can play. If you draw it later in the game, when the game is about, you know, a top deck mode, whoever's drawing the better threats, in that kind of situation, obviously drawing go blank is not gonna be good.
We are going to game 3, because removal on the Fable of the reflection of the Kikijiki, attacking with Shieldred was enough for him. And now we will find Christian again on the play and Tony on the draw.
If you're wondering how to tune the Rakdos decks yourself for next week, and you're afraid of, you know, decks like Boros Convoke because it was one of the most popular decks coming in, most players were opting for Extinction event out of the sideboard to try to fight against that. I think I've seen a couple of Brotherhood's ends as well. Maybe Ritual of Soot was a card that people tried to answer the fast creatures with, and I've also seen a Meathook Massacre. Although that one is a little bit more expensive maybe, and it's not going to help you against the 5-mana Convoke card, so I'm not sure if Massacre is going to be fast enough. But I think I've seen it in some of the Rakdos midrange decks, even in the main deck this weekend. So certainly a card to try as well. Yeah, Chet's pointing out, 4-mana sweepers might just not be fast enough if you are playing against Boros. You run the draw. Obviously, it is a little bit easier to try to survive till turn 4 if you have cards like Thoughtseize, you know, Fatal Push. Rakdos is able to defend themselves in the early turn and disrupt the opponent so that you don't just die on turn 3 to some really fast Bushwalker draw. But yeah, the sweeper, the difference between casting it on turn 3 and 4 is night and day. Sometimes it's just going to be a turn too late. Plus, also keep in mind the Mono White Humans is one of the more popular decks. It was our only 9-0 deck from day 1. So if aggro is getting more popular, I certainly recommend looking at Brotherhood's End, or, you know, these kinds of sweepers, Ritual of Soot, Meathook Massacre, whatever it is. But maybe 3 mana is going to be better than 4.
The VODs will be available on YouTube later on, probably from tomorrow or this evening. We will find everything on the YouTube channel of Legacy European Tour, but not right now.
Eddie's asking, when would you play Rakdos yourself if you were playing today? I was actually thinking about that coming into the event. I was thinking about Boros. I like the aggressive decks. You know, I'm a big fan of that. But I don't think Boros is the type of deck that is going to be good long term, because as more people are going to be adapting to it, there's going to be more sweepers. It is a pretty easy deck to try to counter with the sweepers. So Boros would not be my choice. I understand it's a deck that's very appealing to some players that like aggressive decks. I think it could have been a very good deck for specifically this event, or maybe last weekend when people were not really respecting it. But moving forward, I would be very cautious of running into a lot of sweepers. Rakdos was a deck that I was considering myself. I would be like, yeah, maybe I would just pick that. It's a deck that also, you know, even if you haven't focused exactly on Pioneer for the last month, it's still a fine deck to play, because, yeah, with cards like Thoughtseize, with all the disruption, you pretty much have game against everyone. But looking at the event here, I'm thinking for the RC that's coming up, you know, next week we have Dallas, 2 weeks later we have, 2 weeks from now we have Athens. I'm going to be playing in Athens myself, and I was thinking that the Izzet creativity decks actually look the best to me, because there's a lot of decks now that are only really focusing on their own thing. You know, they're the aggro decks just trying to curve out, just play a bunch of creatures. But there's not that much interaction from these decks. Obviously, there's still Rakdos. It's tough trying to execute your combo against someone who's constantly playing Thoughtseizes and Golblanks and Croxus. But, you know, Rakdos is always going to be there. It's always going to be an evenish matchup if you're playing a deck like Izzet with card selection. So I was thinking of Rakdos first, but the more I'm watching this event, I think maybe one of the Izzet combo decks would be my choice.
Izzet performed better than Rakdos yesterday. We have more percentage of Izzet doing well and doing day 2 than Rakdos. So yeah, could be.
Yeah, I think Izzet for some reason is a bit underestimated right now. When it won the Pro Tour, you know, Reed winning Pro Tour Philadelphia, everyone was kind of on the deck, trying the deck themselves. You know, the next event was a lot of Izzet creativity, most popular deck maybe. In the last couple of weeks, I think it was kind of overlooked because Boros was the deck that everyone was hyping up. But I think it is certainly reasonable to try to go back to creativities. I think all the versions are fine. They all have their ups and downs and advantage and disadvantages. I think I would maybe rather go for the combo, but the Gearhulk version, which is I think the most popular here, is also very reasonable.
Turn 3 Fable.
Hey, look at what happened. Exactly what I was talking about.
Fable.
Turn 2 on the draw, you have a Bone Crusher Giant in hand. You're looking at a person attacking you with Bloodtide Harvester. Do you want to fire off the Bone Crusher Giant right away? If you do, you are running the risk of what happened right here. The other person is going to resolve a Fable, and now you're in a bad position. Do I play my own Fable? They get a treasure token. I'm going to probably have to block so they don't get too far ahead. Do I play something like a Bone Crusher Giant or Fatal Push here myself? But, you know, in that case, I'm not playing Fable myself. I'm not really progressing the board. So that's definitely a thing to think about if you are on the draw with a removal spell in hand.
Yeah. Today we'll see 15 rounds in total. So we are at 11, round number 11. We have this round, 4 more, and then the top 8. Okay. There was a little freeze for one moment. Our crew is on the problem. Don't worry, guys. It will be fixed in 1 second. And we are just waiting for a little bit. We have a little technical issues. Hi, everybody. Our crew is amazing. We can have this little time for doing a big shout out also to the Fox crew.
True.
They are amazing. They're incredible.
Amazing people. Yeah, very good with all the graphic stuff. I was looking at Julia yesterday, just showing me something in Photoshop. And I'm just like, there are so many things going on. Like, how do you know all the keyboard shortcuts? How can you make all these graphics in 10 seconds? That was amazing.
Yeah, they're completely amazing.
We can probably tell you what's happening in the Rakdos match without even looking at it. So one player plays a Fable, the other person kills the token. You know, next turn they play a Shield Dread, the other person kills the Shield Dread. Both players are thinking, should I use my last removal spell? One person plays a Croxa, the other one discards their hand. Next turn, somebody plays a Graveyard Trespasser. Most of the games are very similar. I mean, maybe someone, you know, has a Reckoner, Bangbuster, starts drawing cards. All
And
right,
here
there
we
go.
are again on the game. As we saw, our crew is very fast to deal with problems. Second Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
Yeah, look at that.
For
So
both of them.
turn 3, Tony was thinking resolve the Fable in the end against Christian's Fable that was already on the battlefield. But since Christian wasn't the play, he was able to use Fatal Push to kill the token, attack with his own token, make a treasure, play another Fable, and now Christian is so far ahead. Obviously, you know, maybe he's not going to find removal against a Shield Dread, but right now Christian is very far ahead on the board thanks to getting extra treasures from Fables and having the tokens that were able to attack first.
Discard Graveyard Trespasser and Fatal Push for drawing 2 cards for the second Fable on the board.
Yep.
1 mana Fatal Push on the token.
It's wild how much one play can snowball into so much advantage. That's going to be the second and third treasure created, I believe, this match. So that's already 3 cards you got for free. It's not as good as a card because obviously, you know, cards do more than just give you 1 mana. But if you just progress, you know, in the early game faster thanks to 3 extra treasures, which now is going to translate into Christian being able to not only play Croxa, but also just already gonna
Yeah.
be able to escape it from the graveyard, bring it back, and at this point the game is pretty much over unless Tony has something like an extinction event or something that would deal with the Kroxa for good and also kill the tokens at the same time.
3 treasures, as of course there are so many. Escape. Recast Kroxa.
This is how much Fable can snowball. This is why it really does pay off to wait on that second turn and maybe consider taking some extra damage just to be able to kill the Fable token.
Is there any way for Tony to find something in his deck from top deck for deal and come back from this situation?
We'll find out. So discarding a Shield Dread to Kroxa's trigger, and then Tony using a Fatal Push to kill it, but there's still a bunch of creatures on the battlefield, and Christian was already discarding cards like Fatal Push, so I think there's a pretty good chance the last card in Christian's hand could be a removal spell. Because he clearly demonstrated that, he was already a little removal flooded. There's also a Hive of the Eye Tyrant in play, I believe, to be able to apply even more pressure.
The Bone Crusher is not in the graveyard, is in exile because he used the adventure before. And he's thinking about that. And yeah, Bone Crusher down on the board. It's still a 4-3, it could be useful. Flipping the second Fable. Now he has 2 Reflection of Kikijiki on the board. The deck list, oh sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
The deck list will be available during or after top 8, guys.
Yeah, you can bookmark the event page and come back later today. It's a closed decklist event, so we can't show you the decklist right now. But once the top 8 starts, that's when everyone in the top 8 gets to look at each other's decks. At that point, we can also release the decklist online. I was gonna say, yeah, one more thing to keep in mind that can happen in the mirror is if there are 2 copies of Fable that are flipped into the Kiki Reflection, something you can do is wait till the end of your opponent's turn and then use the Kiki Reflection to copy the second Kiki Reflection. It's going to come into play, it's going to have haste, it's untapped. Now you can spend another mana to make another copy of the other one. Then you can use another mana to make another copy. So basically for every mana you have, you make another copy of a 2/2 with haste that creates a copy of another 2/2. So by the end of the turn, there's a lot of 2/2s, but because you did that at the end of the turn, the sacrifice trigger applies for the end of your next turn. So you can untap, and on your own turn, you can attack with a bunch of creatures that you just made that are going to die at the end of turn. But usually, if this is in the end game, that's usually the game-winning play.
Lottite Harvester. Could be useful for deal with one of the Fable of the Kikijiki of his opponent.
Yeah, so Harvester is a great draw here because normally it's a card you have to wait a turn with, to use. But I think at least one of Tony's Kiki Reflections is not summoning sick, so it can be used
Exactly.
right now to make a copy of Harvester. But I think Christian was responding before Harvester came into play, obviously to not get blown out this way.
Yeah.
So Christian responded to Harvester coming in by killing the Reflection. So now Tony's responding to that. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, proxy tokens are perfectly fine in this kind of event. Also notice that this token has a big heart drawn with pen on it.
Proxy tokens are definitely much better than just not bringing tokens
Yeah,
at
exactly.
all. If you're playing a deck like Rakdos, try to really bring, all the tokens you're making. You're going to be making treasures from Reckoner, Bankbuster, and from Fable. You're going to be making blood tokens from Bloodtide Harvester. You're going to be making 2/2 Goblin tokens from Kiki Jiki, from Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Obviously, you don't need to have the one that's hard to find. Any 2/2 Goblin, if you just write Fable on it or something, is going to be good enough. But just to make sure you can actually represent, the cards in the right way.
Yeah, also because the Goblin Shaman is very difficult to find right now. Everybody wants it. Fable is so played.
I also really like using actual tokens, or at least, the backside of real cards. If I'm representing a token, sometimes someone wants to use a dice to do that. It's really hard to say if the dice is tapped or not. If oh, have you attacked with this? Have you not? Well, we need to figure it out. Let's go judge. It gets really confusing. So if you're using tokens, I do recommend using actual cards where you can say if the card has been tapped or not.
Yeah, something that has the shape of a card could be a better option for sure.
All right, so now it's Christian with Bloodtide Harvester and one of the Fables making a copy. That copy obviously would get sacrificed at the end of turn. So the way to do it is you just sacrifice it right away to kill something. That's one of the nice synergies in the Rakdos decks. Sometimes the games go long and you end up with a flip copy of Fable and a Bloodtide Harvester, and you have a free kill every single turn.
I don't know how many blood token Christian has exactly. That could be relevant. Dice or tokens to represent duplicates is fine, though. Dice could be problematic because, as Martin was saying, you cannot clearly understand if they are tapped or not.
Working with the number of blood tokens is also something to keep in mind. Sometimes you're going to be forced to use the blood token early because you're looking for another land drop, which are definitely relevant, especially in the early game. Sometimes you're gonna want to keep a blood token around, so you can try to kill a bigger creature. Maybe you're hoping to draw a second Bloodtide Harvester to kill something bigger. Definitely something to keep in mind, but most of the time you're going to be using it as quickly as possible in the mirror just to try to find more gas.
Attacking with both. The goblins make 2 treasure. And with 4 mana, we will see Kroxa coming back from the graveyard for the second time.
I have to say, Tony is doing pretty well to still be in the game, despite the fact that he was on the back foot very early, being attacked by Fables every turn, creating a bunch of treasures. Then Kroxa coming in, basically clearing his entire hand. But this is also why I like Kroxa in the mirror. If the game goes long, Kroxa will be able to come back, and then it's going to usually be the biggest threat on the battlefield, and it's going to be able to, really quickly close out the game. That's also the reason why I like to keep it in my hand for a little bit longer, rather than just run it out there on turn 2 just to get a card from my opponent's hand, and then possibly risking losing it to Graveyard Trespasser.
Yeah. 5 mana and Shieldred. Is it Shieldred? Yeah.
Oh, that's the actual card Shieldred? The 4/5? Yeah, I think
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
that's the
Is
new
it?
one. Wow. Okay, so that's interesting.
And it's a GG, so
Rakdos Midrange wins.
who can guess this?
Yeah, there's a lot of Rakdos. Obviously, we don't want to watch it every single round, but I'm definitely hoping that you guys were able to learn something maybe from this match that you can now use in the next 2 weeks or when you're playing against Rakdos yourself.
We now have the second table. These are the two last tables of this round. So when they hand, it's ended. There are 7 minutes left on the clock, maybe a little bit more because they have some extra time for setting up the tables and everything.
Looks like Luca is going off with the Lotus Field combo.
Mm-hmm.
Something I really appreciate when players do is when they keep, very very easily visible track of
Yeah.
how much mana they're floating. Also, it is in the rules that you have to state what colors of mana you're floating. Let's say I tap Lotus Field, and I'm gonna cast Sylvan Scrying. You have to announce what is Lotus Field makes one color of mana. So let's say you have something that creates 3 different colors. You tap a land that says, get whatever 3 different colors of mana that you want. If you tap that land and cast Sylvan Scrying and not say anything, you do have to say by the rules what is the color of mana you're floating that you are leaving in your mana pool.
Yeah.
Karuga Fire is still undefeated. But this is one of the worst matchup for the Fires deck because there's no way for you to interact with Lotus Field, and it is pretty easy for the Lotus Field player to just find their Lotus Fields in the early game, maybe find a Thespian stage, get ahead on mana and just start playing all these spells that keep untapping the Lotus Field. You get more mana. Eventually, you play the Sultai Emergent Ultimatum, and with I think this is Dark Petition. I think Luca is already pretty much on the way of executing the combo this turn. Yeah, we try to lower the camera a little bit for this event.
Yeah.
To try to work
with the glare.
Work with the glare issue, and I'm gonna make sure that for the next event the camera is positioned in such a way that we can see more of the table. But this was only done so that glare wouldn't be as bad, because it's usually pretty hard to try to cover the table from all of the lights inside this giant convention hall.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, I agree it's not ideal. We're gonna work on it in the future.
How do you think about this matchup?
It's
In
one of the
general.
worst matchups for Karuga Fires. Fires has a lot of ways to interact with the board, interact with the creatures. You have some sweepers, you have cards like Leyline Binding, so it is easy to defend yourself from an aggro deck, maybe with the Bone Crusher Giant, something like that. But if your opponent is using their early turns to find lands and not really put creatures in play, but rather work on the mana situation where you have a bunch of Lotus Fields and a bunch of Thespian stages in play, you definitely don't have enough pressure yourself to pressure the Lotus Field deck, and you don't have the answers for the non-creature spells either. So this is, if you're playing Karuga Fires, you can certainly win the matchup, but it's mostly when the Lotus Field player stumbles, or if you manage to, find your Mystica Disputes post board or the right cards. Maybe you have Leyline of the Void or something that stops them from working with the graveyard.
Yeah, still Ferran has won one game, so we can try to do something, but right now the situation it's pretty difficult.
I remember Andrzej Strasky playing Karuga Fires in the first RC in Sofia, and he was very excited about the deck, played it a lot in the weeks leading up to the event with very good record online, and then unfortunately just ran into, I think, 3 straight Lotus Field combo decks. And despite having a really good start, he ended up not finishing all that well in day 2, just because he kept playing against a deck that he was saying is just almost unbeatable for Fires.
And right now he's trying to make all the decision in the correct sequences.
The reason why keeping track of things with just dice is usually not okay is because back in the days, people used to keep track of their life total with just like a 20-sided die, but then
Yeah.
somebody just slammed the table, and all of a sudden, all the dice just kind of like move to different numbers. So what do you do at that? What do you do at that point? Obviously, this wasn't the wild, wild west of Magic, but that is the reason why we're using a pen and paper now.
It still happens sometimes in local game stores.
Obviously, if you're playing casually,
Yeah,
there's nothing
exactly.
wrong with just using a die to keep track of your life total. But if you're playing a competitive event,
Yeah.
there are rules that need to be followed. So Luca managed to draw a bunch of cards with pour over the pages, untap some mana. Now he's found the right mana to cast Emergent Ultimatum, and I think that's usually going to be the end of the game. We're going to see Omniscience, Dark Petition, and I think that's Hole from. Let me make sure I say the right name for the card. I think that's Hole from Beyond.
Yeah, cards in Japanese are still pretty difficult. Behold behind.
Behold the Beyonds, yeah.
And now we can see another pretty useful things, that is the Oracle text. There is a bunch of apps that you can download on your phone just to check Oracle text for the cards. In this kind of situation could be very useful when your opponent play cards that in a language that you cannot understand. Then you can check the Oracle and be sure about the text.
So looks like Omniscience was the card that was put back in the deck.
I see what he's looking for.
So once you cast Ultimatum, you should be able to close out the game. If you get Omniscience in play, then it's pretty easy to just go through the rest of your deck by playing cards for free. Behold the Beyond is a 7-mana card where you discard your hand, but you search your library for 3 cards, and you put them in your hand, and then you shuffle your library. So if you have both Behold and Omniscience in play, you can basically cast the rest of your deck, or cast anything from your deck because you get the 3 best cards. Usually you're using cards like Mastermind's Acquisition to get something from the graveyard. You can cast Approach the Second Sun multiple times.
There is a judge dedicated for the table, so if there will be any issue, they will notice that, but I don't think this is the case, honestly. Also, they have some extra time because for it takes time to setting all the table, and it's possible that our clock is not completely correct. So possible they are not on times. When they are, usually the judge put 1 dice in the middle of the screen of the table, just for us to know if in which turn we are.
Looks like Hidden Strings is going to untap the lands again. Yeah, there are a couple of cards off to the screen, so we don't know exactly what we're working with, but I believe there's still some mana floating for Luca, so that this should be fairly simple for him to finish the game.
Yeah, there is a third mana floated on outside of the screen for sure. I don't know if there are others, but we will see what happened. Until the game advance, it's okay, and he's doing stuff. He's doing everything he has to do for his combo. The second ultimatum. And 2 mana. No, second ultimatum, it's okay.
Baron's like, oh well, wait, I have a
Actually, no.
Dovin's veto that I've waited with till now. Actually, no, just that is definitely a heart attack moment if you're the opponent, thinking, oh my god, do you actually have a counter here? It would be unusual for the Fires deck to have a 2-mana card like Dovin's Veto, because with Fires in your deck, you're generally not playing, that many with Fires. And I think there's Karuga as a companion as well, right?
Should be.
Yeah. I think Farron does have a Karuga there under the deck. So yeah, with Karuga, you obviously don't have anything that costs less than 3 mana. So it would be very, very unusual for him to be able to have a Dovin's Veto, but he can certainly have a Mystic Dispute, and maybe he was waiting for the right time. So another ultimatum is being played, offering Pour Over the Pages and Omniscience, and yep, not sure what the third card is again. This is basically just Luca going through the motions.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, as Chet is pointing out, that is definitely a great call, is that there can be Leyline Binding. That is a card you can have. So if you are interacting with permanents in play, that can happen. If there is Omniscience, that can certainly be interacted with.
He has a 2 mana cost because it was in the adventure, but the card has a 3 mana cost.
Yeah, that's the one thing Fires can do. Yep. They can have Dispute, or they can interact with the board. They can bounce something with Brazen Borrower. They can kill something with Bonecrusher Giant, which is of course not relevant against a Lotus Field deck that is going off. It is relevant in the early game to kill some of the mana creatures. Plus, they can also have a Brazen Borrower to bounce the Omniscience. That is a Leer. So no more countering, and we're going to be able to play cards from the graveyard. Make almost infinite mana. Not really. Yeah. Like now Luca can just keep replaying the cards, make more mana, get the Omniscience. Oh no, you can cast Omniscience, but you can just cast everything else from the graveyard, Emergent Ultimatum, get almost infinite mana, get Approach of the Second Sun, and just cast it twice.
It was a cool game to watch, different from what we have saw before. But I think we are okay, and we can just go in a little break, guys. But don't worry, we will be back soon with the round 12 of today. We have still 15 rounds in total before the top 8, so plenty of magic, and we'll be back soon.
Mi chiamo Francesco Falcone, sono un arbitro L2 da Terracina, provincia di Latina, vicino Roma. In these events, you tend to have only the most experienced judges. So before attending these events, you have to undergo large amount of training. And before any event, you have a lot of rules, a lot of documents that you can study. You have several lesser events you can use to practice, like liven up your English. And if you are able to speak multiple languages, best. Really, there are all sorts of skills involved in this sort of job, so practicing any of them is a great way to prepare any legacy event. Legacy events have several, it's called rules enforcement levels. So you have a regular, let's say amateur, casual events, and you have competitive events, the ones that attract professional players. And in the competitive events, you sometimes find novice players, and in the amateur event you can find also professional players, very competitive players, maybe didn't do so well in the competitive portion, or maybe just want to relax. So you find a lot of different experience levels, and you have to understand that not everyone wants to play at the same level, and you need to match the expectation of both players, both the ones who want to have fun and the ones who want to grind or really want to win, because this is a very competitive game. You really have to make sure that everyone walks away from the table with a satisfactory experience. So side events are regular rules enforcement levels, so they are casual, amateur tournaments. The focus is to players have fun, to make them feel welcome, and make sure that they have a good time. So the best way is to make sure that they have fun. You don't have to entertain them, but you have to make sure that everything runs smoothly. Most specifically in the way of time, there are no significant delays on the schedule.
Welcome back to the Legacy European Tour. This is the Grand Open Qualifier in Valencia, top 64, May Day 2, and we are ready on round 12 actually, which is the third round of the day, and we have a lot of Magic to be played. What match are we going to watch, Philip?
Yeah, we're actually going to watch Boris Convoke. That's something that people have been talking about, have been speculating whether it's the new Hogak, whether it's the new hotness. Does it need to be banned? It doesn't. Whether it doesn't. And so we will watch Boris Convoke from table 7 facing off against Atraxa Neoform. Okay, so that's pretty exciting. Two of the world decks, two non-meta decks, at least as of yet, and we'll see how they do.
It's case to say that this Atraxa Neoform player is hoping that the opponent is not convoking.
Yep.
That was a terrible pun. I apologize for that one, but I had to make it. And our players looks like they are just shuffling up the decks and ready to start very soon. What do you think of this particular of these particular deck lists, and what do you think of the Atraxa deck?
Yeah, I think Atraxa deck is kind of a sleeper in the format because you can play in Atraxa as soon as turn 3, and while it doesn't win the game outright, it draws a bunch of other cards. You get interaction like Thoughtseize, Fatal Push. You've got maybe Founding the Third Path, an excellent enchantment that works perfectly with the deck. More threats, so I think it has a lot of potential. Post-board, you can switch to being more like a bug control-ish type of deck. We'll see how it matches up against Boros Convoke, because your Fatal Pushes won't do much. Your Thoughtseizes will be fine. But, importantly, you have to be able to play through that resolved Atraxa. And that may be a bit of trouble, because Convoke goes wide, smashes in, but maybe it's not that easy if the opponent can gain 8 in a pinch.
On that note, what do you think are the key cards that we are looking for here in this particular matchup?
So, I think for Boros Convoke, it's certainly Reckless Bushwalker. This is a way to give everybody +1 power, haste, bash in out of nowhere. So whenever the Atraxa player is feeling safe, well, that might not be the case. They could just die out of nowhere. I think Giant Killer is another powerful card, because you can just actually destroy Atraxa. That's one of the very, very few pieces of interaction. And so if Atraxa resolves, but can be killed, okay, this would be a game changer. And for the Neoform deck, it's Atraxa. It just is. It's Atraxa. A single blocker usually isn't enough, and it wouldn't be. But in this case, you get to block, gain 8, attack back, gain 8. Like, this is very difficult to come back from. I'm really curious what kind of maybe anti-Convoke techs the Neoformed player has brought to the table.
Yeah, definitely the lists can vary there, and this is going to be a super interesting matchup, but I know that this Convoke deck is kind of a recent deck. It did very well in the past weekend in the MTGO Challenge, Pioneer Challenge. It got first place and second place, which is a big achievement because MTGO usually has high levels of play, so inspired some of these players to bring this deck. For those of you watching at home, for the people that don't know this deck, can you explain us how does it work, what is the idea, and why it's so popular and it's been doing so well?
Yeah, certainly. So the main idea is that you want to play a bunch of creatures, play Reckless Bushwalker, and smash in with everybody. Okay, that's your main idea. And the question is, how do you get there? The best way to get there is Gleeful Demolition. That makes 3 tokens for a single mana. You can target a Clue token, Blood token, an actual artifact. Many ways to do that. And so you play, for example, turn 1 Threaven Inspector, and then turn 2 Gleeful Demolition on that Clue. Maybe play another Inspector. Or maybe you can actually just go turn 1 Gleeful Demolition on Ornithopter, turn 2 Ornithopter Bushwhacker, for example, because the deck also plays Ornithopter. So it also plays Convoke creatures to make the board bigger or to find more spells. Like, there's actually a lot going on in this deck, and we've got 8, 2, and 1. Okay, well, I guess we have to make sure that the scores are correct. We'll do that in a second.
Yeah, so it looks like the game is just starting here.
Yeah, 8, 2, and 1 for both players. And we've got Voldar and Epicure as the first creature.
It's a great card. Starts dealing 1 damage when it enters. It creates a blood token as well, which can be relevant later on.
I think that's just another copy of Voldar and Epicure. It's just a different art. So we've got double blood, and it seems like just 1 land? Or is it? Oh, just 1 land. Okay.
The thing is that this deck can actually do a lot of things with just 1 land, right? Because all your creatures are convoking for some other spells, and it just goes the board goes very wide fast. So you just need to make sure that you keep getting more 1-drops, and then you can cast more relevant spells like Loxodon.
Yeah, the biggest thing that you're missing is that you can't play Reckless Bushwhacker with just 1 land. So at some point, you will want that second land, preferably even third and fourth, to be able to play multiple spells in a single turn.
Yeah, and do you think this Atraxa deck is fast enough to stop the Boros deck?
Absolutely. Like right now, we've got a Delph creature, which already stops all the aggression. And even if Jose draws another land, it will just be another setup turn. At which point, Mornero will just untap, play Neoform, and be really happy about the situation. So, I think the advantage bar is firmly in Mornero's favor. Now I would probably use the clue. Okay, Gleeful Demolition. Okay, that also makes sense. So it's a huge setup. But then again, it's very short-sighted, I would
Oh,
say.
and there it is. 3/1/1s. And that's a great way that to create 1/1s, just targeting your own blood token, an artifact that is not really relevant, and also why this deck is playing the 1-drop vampire.
Yeah, exactly. We've got a lot of incidental artifacts. Whoa! Whoa! That's aggressive. What? There was an attack for 2 with an intention of your creature dying? That's certainly something.
Definitely an interesting play there by Juza. What do you think might be the reason to take this approach?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what the reason could be. Why would you intentionally want fewer creatures on the battlefield? Or maybe more cards in the graveyard, but from what I know, it doesn't... yeah, I can't seem to find a reason for that play. Maybe chat can help, but I cannot possibly find the reason, unless you really wanted to squeeze. The only reason is you push through that single point of damage, but I'm not sure this is the way you want to do it. Like taking the opponent from 15 to 14, let's say, doesn't accomplish anything long term.
Yeah, but now you have enough creatures that next turn you can use one of your big Convoke spells, either the Loxodon, or you can also play Knight Errant of Eos, which is actually the card that inspires this deck.
Yeah, but then we're playing the card advantage game, but I'm not sure you actually can.
It's difficult to play the card advantage game when your opponent is playing Atraxa that not only gives you cards, but also is, in this case, 8/8 because of the counter, flying, lifelink, death touch, vigilance.
Yep. This is... Now, I know that there is a giant killer in the Boros's hand, but it doesn't really matter because there is no mana to play it.
Let's see what Atraxa can give here to
Oof, this is stacked. Okay.
Mornero, Arellano.
Yeah. Yeah, we've got Tasiga, a land. Yeah, strategic planning instead of Thoughtseize. Yes, we do import the names that players register themselves, which that's why we really ask all the players to register the correct deck name, because it's much easier for us and for you watching.
And you, Frank, there commenting, you know better than anyone because you have to do some cleanup. For those of you that don't know, Frank Carson is the MVP when it comes to taking all these deck lists for tournaments, doing all the math to see what is the best deck in the format, what is having the best conversion rates, all of that, and a lot of times going through Melee and F to make sure that the lists are actually corresponding to the name that players gave it. Because we were baited for some of those decks, right?
Yeah, I even looked through the decks, and one of them was named Vanifa Combo, and it was literally a red-black midrange.
And here we see Loxodon. This card is great. Is it enough though? So Vexedon Loxodon is 5 mana, but it has a Convoke 4/4, and when it enters battlefield, it puts a +1/+1 counter on each creature it convoked to play it.
Yeah, but so in this situation, we will just change the deck name manually to confirm with the actual name, and we're done.
It's difficult to race with an Atraxa when you're playing an aggressive deck.
Yeah, and especially if you're missing your second land drop for the 4th time. This hand, I think, should have been a mulligan, actually. I'm not sure the number of cards there were, but it doesn't matter how many cards they had, because with that draw, you're not accomplishing much anyways. So yeah, so I think that I would have mulliganed the hand. Let's see how they approach post-board games. And so I think Boros aggro will want to have some disruption. Typically, those decks have adopted, again, and when I say typically, I mean the last week, adopted Invasion of Gobakan as this kind of disruptive spell, because if Invasion takes Neoform, that already puts the opponent off by a few turns. So I think Invasion of Gobakan is a really good one. For Neoform Atraxa, probably a bunch of removal spells, but preferably, mass removal spells, right? Something like, all the creatures get -1, -1, or -2, -2, or maybe, something like the illness in the ranks. These types of effects to stomp the early aggression. So we'll see how it shakes out.
Exactly. And let us know in chat, who do you think is favored, Atraxa or Boros Convoke?
Yeah, especially now that Boros Convoke is on the play. Hopefully keeping a solid 7. I'm not sure if you saw what I just saw, but Jose just showed Boros Charm. There was a Boros Charm put down. Yes. I know there are like a few flex slots in the deck, and different people play different card. Some people play, Clarion Spirits. Some people play or don't play Burning Tree Emissary, and then they play or don't play Gigantha. This player brought Boros Charm. Literally Boros Charm.
You know what I'm really enjoying about this tournament this weekend? I feel like for kind of the first time, we are in a tournament that we see such a diverse metagame that we don't have people asking, please don't show this particular deck, because we are showing so many different decks. There are periods of time where we are showing, for example, Esper Legends in Standard for the 5th time in a row because everyone playing top 8 is playing this deck. But here, even the most predominant deck, which is Rakdos Midrange, we are able in the top tables to not see it in every table. We have mono white humans, we have the Rakdos Midrange, we have Boros Convoke, Neoform Atraxa, Gruul Vehicles, Izzet Phoenix, Creativity, 5-color Karuga. I could go on, you know?
Absolutely. The top tables are stacked with interesting decks, and these two are just some of them. Boros Convoke versus Atraxa.
And all are also, as you said, very viable. So it's not like you're compromising by bringing something like mono white humans. As we saw, they are doing amazing in this deck. Same with all other decks. And for a while, it seemed like the Pioneer meta was, for example, very dominant of mono green. And even though mono green is still a viable deck, and we see it here, it is definitely not the most played.
Yup, certainly. We also have very interesting pairings this round. For example, we've got a Mirror of Creativity, which is certainly cool. On our backup, by the way, we've got our undefeated player 10-0. We'll see if they are able to go 11-0.
That would definitely be a very good fit to make.
Okay, mulligan for the Atraxa deck. The good thing about the Atraxa deck is that you want this disruption, right? Like Thoughtseize, like mass removal, but your main plan is usually good enough anyways.
And we see our players shuffling up the decks. Do you think this Neoform Atraxa really needs to mulligan aggressively, knowing that, first of all, the Boros Convoke deck keep an end, so probably explosive one as usually they have?
Yeah, I think so. You don't have to mulligan very aggressively, but you want either interaction or your main plan or combination of both. But your main plan is probably good enough. Just also against this deck with so little interaction, you can easily just slam your Delve creature and then the following turn Neoform it. Because against some decks, you need to do it in one fell swoop, having priority. You just resolve and immediately Neoform so that it doesn't have any window for any removal spell to stop it. But in this matchup, you can just deploy a 4/4, go a blocking, and then Neoform somewhere later.
Yeah, and here we see Jose playing again Voldaren Epicure turn 1, dealing 1 damage, creating a blood token. Now, Moreno only played a land, passed Jose with 2 mana now, playing Spirit. And can we tell me a bit about this card, Clarion Spirit, because some players choose to go with the version of the Boros Convoke deck that has Clarion Spirit, others with the Burning Tree Emissary. What do you think comes into play when making this decision?
Yeah, so first of all, when you don't play Burning Tree Emissary, you can play Gigantha, which is a very big argument. Although this player doesn't have Burning Tree Emissary and doesn't have Gigantha, so this throws the argument out of the window. Now, I think Clarion Spirit is a great way to play a bit of a longer game, go a bit wider, because Burning Tree Emissary is great on that one turn it's played with Reckless Bushwhacker, while Clarion Spirit actually adds a bit more resiliency, more going wide. And we see already a powerful turn 3 with double directionally tapped lands.
Yeah.
We'll see a huge chunk of damage.
Definitely a great turn.
Bam,
Air,
bam, bam.
Gleeful Demolition able to...
Whoa, 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 whoa. Yes, let's go. Golgari Charm.
And
Shh.
can you explain us what this card does?
Yeah, so Golgari Charm is an oldie but a goodie. Golgari Charm, all creatures get -1/-1 until the end of turn. Instant speed. Whoa. It does a bunch of other stuff like destroy an enchantment or regenerate creatures. But yeah, I can see the chat loves it. Yeah, let's go.
And what an unexpected
Wow.
card here. And that's why playing with closed deck lists sometimes can be so much fun, because these cards get us surprises, and this was such a good card in this situation.
Yeah, I mean, this was bonkers. This was absolutely bonkers what just happened. Instant speed Wrath isn't really telegraphed. The opponent's just holding up mana for potentially, some gazes or maybe fatal pushes. No, mass removal on you.
And do you think cards like this, Golgari Charm, also specifically in the sideboard after last week challenges, people preparing for Convoke?
I think so. So it does have a bit of overlap sometimes, because you could use it against maybe humans. You could maybe use the Destroy Enchantment mode against all the Leyline Bindings and Incarnation decks. The regeneration could come in against maybe Blue-White with Supreme Verdict, although, yeah, so it does have its moments. But I think the main application is Boros Convoke.
And but here we see Juza kind of rebuilding the board, especially because the Clarion Spirit stayed alive. So
yeah, and now we see a Clarion Spirit trigger. Oh, okay, that was interesting. So we saw Thraben Inspector, then Gleeful Demolition. Get a token for Clarion Spirit as long as it's remembered it's not. So we've got a missed token, and Disdainful, the Stubborn Denial, and the opponent just pays. But yeah, we're missing one token. The players missed.
yeah, there was a missed trigger there, not getting that token from casting the second spell of the turn with Clarion Spirit.
Yep.
And there it is, Neoform. Philip, what do you think it's going to get?
Yes.
Difficult mode.
Yeah. Actually, it doesn't have to be super obvious, because I have seen other 7-drops. But yes, this will certainly go with Atraxa. Although Mornero was kind of scrolling through the deck.
What other options could there be?
That's a good question. You could have maybe Titan of Industry, Agent of Treachery, Hornet Queen, Hullbreaker Horror.
Yeah.
There are some 7-drops in the format, but yeah, let's go Atraxa.
Treachery is good to steal your opponent's Atraxa, not to steal something like a 1/1 or a Clarion Spirit. But definitely can be so good against other decks that are playing Atraxa, and we know there are so many, like Creativity as well.
Yeah. And now in this spot, even if there is Giant Killer that kills Atraxa, there isn't enough pressure on the backswing. And so I don't really like the Boros' position. But if there is Giant Killer, kill Atraxa, and then immediately Convoke, for example, Knight Errant, well, we could have a conversation.
Yeah, definitely not over until it's over.
Yep.
As we know, for sure, Jose making sure all the Giant Killers are in to get rid of that Atraxa.
Right, so considering his options, the biggest issue is that even if you don't have a proper removal spell, they will just attack back, and they will gain 8 up to 20. And it becomes more and more difficult. Okay, they remember the Clarion trigger.
But this is it, and Jose is left with a clue that now it's gone, and having to rely on the top deck when your opponent has an 8/8 flying vigilance that touch lifelink.
Yeah.
It's not a race I would like to be on the side of, you know?
And also a full grip. It's like a full hand.
And a really
Lots.
tricky position there for Jose because definitely needing that giant killer to get rid of Atraxa.
Yeah,
Again, not a race you are really favorable in.
yeah, this game is going to come. Yeah, it's just boop, attack, boop, block. Okay.
I like your sound effects.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is actually what happened. This is what happened. Clarion Spirit tokens might be able to chomp, but at which point can you just not push through enough damage? Like, can you push through 30 through potential blockers?
Is this? But yeah, but when you are chomping, your opponent is gaining 8 life.
Oh, okay, okay, okay. We've got another Neoform from another Delph creature. So another Atraxa wouldn't make that much sense. So there has to be. Oh yes, I know what they're pulling out. They're pulling out Hornet Queen. They're pulling out Titan of Industry. And
There it is, Hornet Queen, and you call for it. There it is.
Wow.
In all the beautiful glory. Let me put this card up on the screen.
Yes, we need to go wide, chat now.
This
Because
is
go
giving
wild.
me some throwbacks.
Yes, it was played in standard a long time ago, wasn't it?
It was, and actually it sees sideboard in other decks. So let's take a look here at what
Yes.
Hornet Queen does for those of you that
Yeah.
never seen the card.
And this is a handshake. It's like, nah, I'm not playing through that. And this concludes the match very fast, 2-0 for Neoform. And we will check back with our feature match. Where we should have humans, our 10-1 player, battling.
Very great match. I knew this was going to be a fast and furious, and it definitely was, but
Yep.
not on Boros Convoke side. What a game. Let us know, everyone. Are you enjoying this stream? I hope you are. We are having an amazing weekend here at Valencia. For those of you wondering, this is the Grand Open Qualifier Day 2. Today we have 6 rounds of Swiss and then a cut to top 8. Right now, round 12 out of 15. So 3 more rounds and then a cut to top 8. Players that make top 32 get an invitation for the Legacy European Championship in Lille later this year. But speaking of Legacy Championships, we have one in 2 weeks. The Athens one, and the format is actually the same, Pioneer.
Yep, and you will see both of us again in Athens. Filipa and myself casting the tournament.
Yes, very excited to cast that one. Pioneer has been such a great format to cast. Really happy about it, and I hope you are also enjoying the stream.
Yeah, now we've got a bit of a mystery, a bit of, suspense. Now, okay, let's go to conversions.
Yeah, chat asks and we deliver. So somebody in chat says, can we see conversion rate? Of course, there it is. And Skura, walk us through this conversion rate and your thoughts on it.
Yeah, so let me start with the blue-white control in the room. Okay, so to all the blue mages out there, you're trying to find Azorius control on the list. There it is, 3%. We had 33 blue-white control mages, a lot of them, and just one Daytude. This is quite disappointing for us mages, but too bad. Rakdos Midrange had around 20% of the metagame and around 20% converted. Monogreen Devotion had like 8% of representation day 1, and now it has 25% in day 2. So it went from 8 to 23. That's huge. Is it creativity? 25%. Lotus Field, 33. So we've got some big numbers. Of course, as we go down the list, you can see that Boros Agro, for example, or Convoke has 40%, but it was out of, I think, 4 players, right? Or out of 5 players. So the sample is a bit different. I would look at those top decks as the samples are bigger. Is it Phoenix? 30%. So pretty good numbers. We also put a bit of zeros, just so you know that we had 0 Band Spirits and 0 5-color Yorion.
And not to put a bit of salt in the wound, but why did you think Blue-White Control underperformed so much?
I have no idea. I think, well, one of the ideas is that it's an average deck overall, which I tend to disagree with. But when in such an open field, you've got a control deck which maybe, okay, wants to beat Mono Green and Rakdos. You're ready for that. Well, but then you play against Convoke, into Atraxa, into Creativity, into Fires, right? And you're not prepared for those specific matchups. So this might be one of the reasons. And players are shuffling up for the second game. From what I've heard, Blue-White has a much better matchup against Rakdos than it used to, thanks to the Cats version sideboard.
And what is that version? Can you tell us a bit about it?
Yeah, so it's a typical Blue-White control. You play Kahira, but you actually take advantage of Kahira by playing Cats, which is one of the types listed in Kahira's text box. And you play around 2 or 3 Brimmer's King of Oreskos, and around 2 to 3 Regal Caracal. And they are particularly strong because they both go wide, while Caracal immediately go wide and King of Oreskos threatens to go wide.
And I never thought blue-eyed control players were the cat type of person.
Yeah.
But there we are.
Players still shuffling up. I think they both mulliganed.
So mono white women's, the opponent is, we don't know for sure because submitted a paper deck list. So that sometimes happens. We highly encourage every player to, first of all, list the list in Melee and also put the correct archetype. It really helps us out here in the booth. It looks like we have a mystery card.
As a fun fact, I can say that out of all the players in day 2, Mateusz Łukaszek is one of only 2 players who have submitted a paper deck list. So, yeah, 9 and 2, paper deck. So even we don't know what that is, right? Because we have some, backstage information. Here, we don't. We have no idea what this deck is.
Do you have like these things in Poland? We have in Portugal at least the Kinder eggs it's
Yes.
like a little egg and then it has a surprise inside. It's like these decks. We don't know what they have, but once they start playing it, we'll be surprised.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm curious to see. I think I know what Mateusz plays. Fellow Polish player.
Playing against Álvaro Santiago. Okay, that helps.
So a mirror match. So I mean, the top tables are stacked with humans.
Is this a secret lair art? Yeah, I think it is.
The top tables are completely stacked with humans, and those human players now have to keep playing mirrors.
Let's take a look here at the lists.
Okay, so we've got, just attacking in for 1. Okay.
So this is a recruitment officer with the secret lair art. Another hopeful initiate and a bodyguard. So what are the key cards in this mirror?
Adeline is one. Ossification in the right moment is another one. But then in response to that, hopeful initiate is a great response to ossification to bring back your creature. So there is a bit going on.
For those of you asking, deck list will be posted after top 8. This is a closed deck list tournament, so we cannot give you a link yet, but they will be all posted after top 8 is announced. And you'll be able to find them on MTG Melee. And Multivolt, recruitment officer, going for attacks.
Okay, pass, double initiate. So double initiate isn't the best because they can't train each other. And even if there's a Thales Lieutenant, it still doesn't work. Okay, that's fine.
Adeline.
Yep, double creature attack, make a token, so attack for 3 total. Okay, I like Alvaro's position a bit more now.
Yeah, not getting the training benefit quite yet, but if that Adeline starts attacking, this hopeful initiate will also start getting counters when attacking, which can definitely create an edge here.
We get a question about mono green. There is one mono green player who's currently 8-1-2 with 2 draws apparently, but 8-1-2 at the top table. So yes, certainly we've got another one on table 8 with 8-2-1. So yes, there are some mono green players at the top tables. No worries. So
Attack
players
here
engaging in combat, yeah.
with lieutenant and officer. So probably a Ganjo, I would say, with that Adeline being able to block. A Ganjo is a great tool to get rid of it. And even if not, just the threat of having one might be enough for Alvaro not to block, right?
And indeed it was. No blocks, pass the turn, holding up 4 mana. Usually those creature decks, when they're holding up 4 mana, it's some collected company action, but not in this case. It's mono white, no Coco.
Yeah, and it looks like conversions rates are already on Twitter. Thank you so much for someone that commented on Tweet chat. We already posted it here, but go over to Legacy European Tour Twitter. You'll be able to find more about the next events, also see all the conversion dates. Once deck lists are uploaded, you can see them there, and also make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel, Legacy European Tour, where the VODs of the full tournament will be uploaded. Or, if you are watching from the future on YouTube, comment saying something funny.
Yep. Okay, so now we see an attack. We see Adeline and double initiate. Token isn't attacking because it would be eaten by a Mutavault, although the newly created one is eaten anyways. Double initiate gets trained by Adeline, and we see not Boseiju, a Ganjo anyways, yeah, a Ganjo. So this is the state of affairs. We've got 2 initiates with a counter, a token, and something just being played.
I have to tell you something. It's that I cannot shut up about these like channel lands. I've talked about it so much in our Naples standard tournament, and I have to tell it over and over again. It shaped multiple formats. Takanuma, a Ganjo, we also have the red one that makes 2/1s, and Otawara. These cards play, and Buseiju, like each color because you don't really have a big downside on playing those because they enter and tapped as a land. Okay, you don't have the basic land type that can be not so great in some decks, but when you actually get to use the ability of the card, it gets so strong.
Yeah, as you said, there is a very low opportunity cost to playing them. Now, some of them are better than the others. I think Otawara and Boseiju are like at the forefront, while Takanuma and Sokenzan are considerably less strong. But still, as you said, there is no incentive not to play them. You just do. Because why would you play 5 basics when you can play 4 basics and a Kamigawa land? So I saw even players in specific formats like Modern play, let's say, 2 Boseiju's main deck with 2 more in the sideboard, treating it essentially as a spell that can double up as a land that can be returned with Ren and 6. So there are like more interactions going on there. Okay, we've got a Chum block with a token. Double Mutavault bashes in, 4 damage.
And speaking of utility lands, Mutavault, such a great card. And it's not legendary, so you can just have multiple of them and works well in so many decks. You know, back when Pioneer started, back in the day, there was this mono black vampires deck. I don't know why it stopped playing, but Mutavault, I played with it, worked great.
Yeah, Mutavault is arguably one of, if not the best creature land ever printed. It has so many interactions, like with, because it's all of types, it's efficient, right? So, you know, it gets buffed by lord effects. You get a single mana, you can turn it on with itself. This way maybe you're dodging sacrifice effects. Like there's just so many options.
And here we see that Alvaro has wedding announcement. And why do you think this card is sideboarded in after in the mirror?
So basically, if you expect the game to go a bit longer, you've got 3 creatures out of it, or maybe some cards drawn, and you get a permanent buff for all your creatures, so you're going to outsize the opponent on average. So this is a concession to accepting the fact that the game will take a bit longer. And now we see activation of one of the 1-drops. Look at the top 4, and they'll take a creature soon after, and that's Thalia's Lieutenant. That's a very good card to take.
That is great. Is it enough, though? It will definitely, with another one on the board, be able to grow your creatures tremendously, but looks like Alvaro has developed the board widely, so a more wide. And let us know, tweet chat, What lands do you think are better, the basic planes on Mateo's side or the basic plans on Alvaro's side? Which art choice is your favorite?
Yeah. I mean, I would personally go for Mateusz's anyways, although I'm not a fan of having planes look black, which might be a controversial opinion. Okay, we've got Thales Lieutenant, Trigger. Yes, Adeline is dead. Okay, pass, draw a card. I think this is still a relatively full grip. I think it's like 2-3 cards in there, drawing more with the winning announcement.
Yeah, but here Alvaro only has having access to 4 mana, while Mateo's already has access to 6, which in the long term might be prejudicial because you want to start doing things like making your multivolts into creatures, activating abilities like the ones on Recruitment Officer.
Wow, we got another winning announcement. So if Mateusz cannot close the game fast enough, I think Alvaro will just win the long game here. Flip, and now all the creatures are bigger.
The tokens on Alvaro's side are also very interesting. I really like that. And what are we seeing here? Is this
Whoa!
Brave the Elements?
Whoa, Brave the Elements.
This card is just GG when you're playing.
Yeah, let's talk about playing a long game, huh?
Brave the Elements, it's, let me put here on the screen. This card, we've talked about it before once commenting this matchup. It is definitely one of the more relevant cards when you're playing against small monocolor decks because it basically means that your creatures cannot be blocked.
Yeah, the only thing to play around it is maybe like block on Chomp with Mutavolt, but that's not a position you want to be in. And Mateusz saw an opportunity and he took it.
And here we are going for a game 3. What a game. I really like this card in mono white when you're playing the mirror, especially because these board situations tend to get grindy. You tend to have a lot of creatures on both sides. No one can really close the game that fast, and then Brave the Element just does it.
Yeah, I saw though that people are actually steering off of Brave the Elements, and now they're playing more like Invasion of Gobakan, Ossification, and they're choosing to play these types of spells in the main deck
And
rather than Brave the Elements.
why do you think these cards are being chosen over Brave the Elements?
Well, I think that one of the main reasons is that, first of all, it's kind of conditional, because in this case, yeah, it was like a GG play, but sometimes it's just not, because maybe you have good attacks anyways. That's one. Two, multiples are not that great. And also, cards like Invasion of Gobakan interact with the opponent's game plan rather than reacts to it with Brave.
Yeah. And someone in chat here asking why did he won? And as we said here, Brave the Elements was played by Mateo. So this card is a 1 mana, 1 white mana. Choose a color. White creatures you control gain protection from the chosen color of your until the end of your turn.
Yeah.
So in this case, Mateo say my white creatures get protection from white. So Alvaro is left only with multivolts to block, which is not enough in this case.
Okay, drawing the
Definitely
opening
a key
hands.
card here in game 3 as well, so we have to take a look to see if it gets played again. A way to close the game.
Yeah, Alvaro on the play. I'm curious because I didn't pay attention to their hands too much. I'm not sure if he sided out maybe winning announcements on the draw, on the play, or whether there is like a different dynamic there.
Curious to see as well. So Hopeful Initiate on one side, Thalia's Lieutenant on the other one. This is one of the strongest cards in the mono-white humans deck. Definitely can start building a big board very fast and escalate very quickly.
Yeah, no one drop Lieutenant. So now what Alvaro would like to see is probably a turn 3 Adeline, or maybe like 1 drop, 2 drop, something like that to actually make this Lieutenant count. One of the better sequences would be 1 drop into another Lieutenant.
And once again, paired with like the Rakdos deck that we see, this deck also runs quite a lot of cards that are legal in standard. Not as many, but we have the Hopeful Initiate, we have the Adeline, so a lot of key cards are from this set. And we also have the Marsh of Machine Aftermath brought a new card to mono white humans. Can you tell us about this card?
Yeah, so it's Copper Code Vanguard. It's a 2-mana 2/2. Okay, that's a bear for now. It buffs each other, so not itself, each other human by 1 point of power and gives it ward 1. It makes it much more harder to interact with your creatures on the board, and also has this kind of classic Lord effect of just buffing everybody.
Yeah, and Alvaro here played Adeline. Adeline works greatly with Talisman Lieutenant because now every time you attack, you're going to make a 1/1 and your lieutenant will grow. On the other side, though, Brutal Qatar, also a great card played by Matthews, and it might be enough to switch the advantage bar completely.
This is particularly impressive because hopeful initiates get to train with the Dauntless Bodyguard, so now there's a huge attack for 6.
And for those of you that are not familiar with the day and night mechanic, how it works is that if in a player's turn they play 2 spells, then it gets day. If no spell is casted, then it turns night.
Okay, this is pretty funny, what just happened. So we get Brutal Cathar taking Brutal Cathar. So if Matthias has a removal from Brutal Cathar, his Cathar will come back. I saw Portable Hole in his hand, so this big lieutenant isn't long to stay here. But it will push through enough damage that Mateusz is on the back foot.
Brutal Qatar taking Brutal Qatar is something we see often. One of my favorite things to do with Brutal Qatar is if it becomes night, it flips, and then it becomes day again, it flips again to the day version, and you can get another creature. So it is able to exile multiple creatures if you play this day and night game.
Yeah. Now, I had a situation when my opponent played this day and night game, but actually I played Creativity with Gearhulk. So they stole 2 of my Gearhulks this way, but then I killed the Cathar, so I unlocked those 2 Gearhulks, got 2 triggers, and then it was pretty easy from there. So sometimes it can be tricky.
It definitely can be tricky, especially when it's exiling something with an enter the battlefield.
Atraxa, maybe? That's another example.
Yeah.
A Hornet Queen.
Exactly. Everything with an enter the battlefield effect, it's going to work very
Unfavorably,
badly
yeah.
if you manage to destroy that Brutal Qatar.
Okay, so still thinking about the options, and finally decides on Adeline, and probably Portable Hole as well. Yep.
Portable Hole taking that lieutenant, and that works great because even if you manage a way to deal with that Portable Hole, something like, for example, the Hopeful Initiate, when it has the counters, you can use it to destroy the Portable Hole. It doesn't come back with the 6 counters it had on, so definitely less stronger.
Yeah, and actually a fun fact, because Hopeful Initiate have very specific type of wording, because it says remove 2 counters from among creatures you control. So Initiate itself doesn't have to be the one with counters. You can actually play, let's say, turn 6, and use counters from other creatures to immediately use it, which is a thing mono white players have to remember. Very relevant against Portable Hole, Fable, or Leyline Binding.
So we have Destroy Evil on Adeline.
Adeline goes into the combat. Make a token alongside with it. Okay.
And let's attack. Here, Alvaro taking some time to decide on what cards he wants to attack with.
Yeah, still considering what the appropriate attacks should be. If the initiate attacks, it gets trained. Now, whenever you're attacking like that, you also have to consider what your opponent's blocks might be, but then what their backswing will be, right? So you don't have to think about this attack, but also their blocks, and then their subsequent attack. You don't want to leave yourself dead out of nowhere.
And here, players considering things. The advantage bar has been switching, but now it looks pretty strong for Alvaro here. One thing I like about Destroy Evil is that not only you can destroy a target creature with toughness 4 or greater, so great here, for example, to try to destroy that Adeline, but also you can choose to destroy target enchantment.
Yep.
So maybe that can be relevant in other decks.
Yeah, destroying an enchantment could come up, for example, against Wedding Announcement, right? Wedding Announcement gets played before we get into the end step, destroy it, and you're happy.
And I also noticed only one card left in Mateo's hand, and with no cards like that allow you to get more advantage. For example, we have recruitment officers that later game can be used to get you more card advantage. Not the case here for Mateos.
And still considering the blocks. Pretty tough spot. Yeah, I mean, this is all about those points of damage, right? Appropriate blocks. He has to consider, okay, what if I double block Adeline and Adeline dies? If Adeline dies, I still lose 2 creatures, so maybe I don't have a good backswing, right? So you have to always think like, no, 1 or 2 combats ahead in those spots.
Yeah, it's definitely not a good situation for Mateos. What do you think could bring him back to this game?
That really depends on the way he blocks, because that will determine what he's left with. Another brutal Katha could be fine. You can Katha the Katha to get the Katha back, and then that Katha could get rid of Adeline. And I think that would be a really good spot. Now, if he decides to trade with the Adeline, the situation changes. Maybe your own Adeline. And maybe some wedding announcement type of effect. But the issue is that Alvaro still has mana up and cards in hand, so even after this combat, he could add to the board.
And for those of you asking for deck lists, they will be published after we announce top 8, and then you can see all the deck lists, their standings, how they performed in the tournament. Okay, so now we are going to declare priority on the blocks, and
Yeah, now we're animating Mutavault so that it's another creature on the battlefield, and Adeline has more power. Just hand gesturing a bit, probably trying to understand what the consequences of that play are. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 creatures. Pop Bodyguard, 1 Initiate down.
a lot of damage passing through. Matthews was down
Okay,
to
animal
9.
creature. Wow. Okay, so that's 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 damage on the battlefield for Alvaro. And
Yeah.
Mateusz with a pretty yeah.
Matthews down to 5 just shows Destroy Evil and Portable All in, and is not enough. And Alvaro taking the win here at 11-1 now, which is a great place to be at.
Oh no, our backup just scooped.
Sometimes this happens. Looks like
We will
creativity one.
we will get a confirmation on whether that was game 3 or they're about. But they're shuffling as if there was another game, so I think
Yeah.
we're good.
Maybe they are 1-1. We are just jumping in to see what's the state of the board.
Yeah, and it's a creativity mirror.
Is it?
Yes, it is.
And tell me about this mirror. What do you think are the key cards that we are going to watch, and what is going to make a difference here?
So the biggest difference, like right off the bat, is what type of creativity they're playing, right? Because it could be Atraxa, Worm Xenagos, Double Worm, could be Grixis Transmogrify Atraxa, could be Gearhulk, right? So that's the first question. Whether it's Atraxa, whether it's so which of those, right? So now that we've got that set up, it will dictate in the cards you play, because in creativity with Gearhulk, you will have Divide by Zero, Magma Opus. With the deck with Atraxa, you might have maybe, more Shark Typhoons, although still the majority of the deck will overlap. So the biggest difference, if we had, for example, Hulk versus anything else, is that the Hulk version plays better instant speed. So that's one of the biggest differences.
And it looks like both of our players here going for Game 3, Marco Vassallo versus Dupuy Delome, and I think both these players are very known. We've seen them here over and over again at Legacy European Tour events, so doing pretty well overall.
Yeah, but now 8-2-1, fighting for top 8. They're in a very, very good position. It's not impossible that even if they lose this one, they can get in, so...
You're shuffling up the decks. What is your favorite type of creativity of all these ones you listed?
It used to be Gearhulk.
It used to.
Used to, it's very much used to. Now, I think I would go with Xenagos Worm, actually. So, I dislike the fact that you can, for example, draw one of the combo pieces and it's problematic. But all in all, the fact that you actually literally win when you do your thing is worth it. Like the one that, Reduke won the Pro Tour with, and also the one that Martin Juza, the other caster, played at the PT.
And we are already 3-mana players playing really fast. This is like speedrun. I swear we are not speeding the...
Yep, this is normal speed.
There's 3 minutes left on the clock, so this is normal. Players trying to speed it up. A draw here is not favorable for either of these players, so really having a speeding run here. Which is good because, you know, it always feels bad to draw in these tournaments.
Yeah, a second draw would be pretty painful. It's better than a loss, but they will still have to win out from this position.
Which version of creativity are those? This is closed deck list, so we are not sure. We will find out.
Yeah, we will find out soon enough.
It will be a surprise.
Okay, Prismari command, so we will see what gets discarded, and this might show us which version it is.
Also, I'm sure both players are thinking the same. What is this, my opponent playing? What version of creativity? Because they can play around differently depending on which one it might be.
Okay, pass the turn again. Mutavault, very popular utility land, which sometimes is Mirrex, but in this case is Mutavault.
And I see we have over 1,200 viewers right now. Thank you so much for everyone watching. We really appreciate it. And we see a lot of Italian players and Spanish players in the chat. So hello everyone in every part of the world.
Yep. And now we know which version on the right is. It's Opus. We'll see what the version on the left is.
What do you think of this Opus Ger Oak version?
The biggest issue is that wait. That's a hot play. It's destroy your treasure, right? As one of the modes. That's brilliant. First of all, it takes away mana, but more importantly, it takes away a cardboard piece on the battlefield that could normally be creativity. So that's a nice play. But creativity Gearhulk has the issue that it devotes a lot of slots to actually do the thing. And when you do the thing, you might still lose from that position. So I think it's just a bit too much of a hassle for too little of a payoff, in my personal opinion. But the player on the right certainly disagrees, going 8-2-1 in this tournament.
Yeah, and I really like that these deck plays with all the multiverse, and I love when the opponents when the player foretells the card, and it's the least surprising foretell I've ever seen in my life. It is always all the multiverse, but that also can leave some room that eventually someone will put another foretell card in foretell. The opponent, it's for sure a behold, and then it's not. So.
Yep. I think foretell is an excellent metagame call against Rakdos because it cannot be discarded once it's foretold. So.
And I see someone asking in chat what happens if the time goes off, and what happens is that if players exceed the time, then it goes into rounds, and there's 5 into turns, and then there's 5 turns for either player to win. If no one wins after those 5 turns, then it's a draw.
Yeah, so we don't look at, like, for example, who has more cards in hand or who has a higher life total. Like, if the game hasn't concluded, it's a draw, which in Magic is counted as a single point, while a loss is a 0 and a win is a 3.
It's like soccer, football. We are in Europe, so I'm going to say football.
Jeskai, any news from Jeskai Ascendancy? Let me take a look.
Oh, look at this. Ger Oak. Do you think it resolves?
Oh,
It does. Oh.
okay. So that makes it a bit less wild.
It looked like it had resolved because Loam very quickly grabbed the Opus from the graveyard, but Marco was like, I don't think so. But the creature is still into play because what was countered was the spell. So in this case, still a way that Dupi has to apply some pressure.
The Jeskai Ascendancy player seems to be 7 and 4. So battling for top 16. Although we have seen X-Force come sometimes top 8, so who knows, with really, really good breakers. And yeah, I think that deck has run, actually, that Jeskai Ascendancy deck.
But look at this creativity. Does it resolve?
It's like creativity for 1. Boop.
Sometime 1 is enough.
Oh, 6 mana. Oh my
Gear
god.
Hulk.
Okay, Gear Hulk. Oh, destroy the targeted treasure. Wow.
Such a good card here for Loma to have the right answer against Marco.
Yeah, just as I said, in the mirror of creativities, I would much rather be on the Hulk side.
It was not countered, it was even better than countering. The original Magmas was countered, but now Prismatic Command works as better than a counter as it targets the treasure that was targeted with creativity, making creativity fizzle.
Yep. And now we've got 10 power on the battlefield and a bunch of cards in hand.
And these two Garrooks definitely applying a lot of pressure. Will this game end in a draw or not? That's the question. And this is game. So getting a 7/7 there, transforming the land into a 7/7, getting rid of the token, and then just smashing for enough damage. This is Lome game. Congrats to Dupe the Lome on winning this round here. Definitely off to a great start to try to make top 8 today.
Yep, that was excellent.
What a round we had. This 12th round of the Grand Open qualifier here in Arena in Valencia. It's been so great. I've been having so much fun. Tell me, what did you think of the matches we had so far?
Yeah, they're exciting. The humans matchup, a lot of combat math, right? You have to think about every step you take, with what you attack, with what you block, what can be, how much damage can be swung back at you. Boros, Convoke, and Atraxa, well, not much of a story there, but it was an enjoyable experience. And further down the road we go, the more exciting it gets, the more tense it gets, because people feel they're playing for the top 8. Like, they can feel the breath on their neck.
I saw one of the sweetest things ever. So there's these twins that play Magic here, and they are usually always in the event, and always when one of the twins is playing, the other one is looking so nervously like it was his match, and it's so nice to see situations like this, all the friends rooting for their friends that are doing well in the tournament, especially in day 2, and I think this is going to conclude round 12. I am Filipa. This is Skura, also known in Islands in Front. We are one of the casting duo. The other one is Lily and Martin Juza, and they will walk you through to round 13 in just a bit.
Soy Alfonso Bueno, conocido como Sito, árbitro de Magic desde el 98. He arbitrado muchos torneos, llevo arbitrando torneos internacionales desde el 2001. The most important thing is rechecking the rules, rereading them, because the rules are very long and sometimes get blurred in your mind. So having a fresh refreshment of the rules before the event is vital. Then getting familiar with the format, checking on websites what decks are being played, play some arena if the format is in arena, and getting familiar with the game overall. A lot of things. The judges, we do a lot of things to prepare for the event on top of being sharp with the rules. We need to organize the judge schedule, what the judges are going to be doing so they can prepare their task. We schedule the breaks so we have enough judges on the floor all the time, because if somebody goes to have lunch at some time, there won't be judges to help the players during rounds 3 or 4. We also prepare the area for the deck checks. We prepare the systems we have to help the players ending the round, handling the extra turns. A lot of logistics before the event so it can run smoothly. The figure of the head judge is mostly the person that gives a second opinion if a player disagrees with a ruling. If a player gets a ruling from a judge and they believe the ruling is wrong, or the judge may be missing something, they have the right to a second opinion. So we, the judges who are wearing the burgundy color, go there, listen to the players, and give a second opinion. Confirm the judge ruling if it was correct, or overrule if it was not. On top of that, that's what we do in the face of the players. What we do in the long term is also mentor and help other judges, teach them what we have learned. Usually if you wear one of those burgundy shirts, means you have been judging for many, many years. So we try to spread the knowledge we have and improve the systems we use, try to make the tournament run smoother, have the waiting times as short as possible, and try to make the next event better. We try to improve what didn't work at the event and make it work better the next time. I don't know. Many. I've done over 100 of them, and I don't feel this is easy. If at some point I do enough to feel comfortable and feel that head judging is easy, I'll let you know how many it takes, but I cannot tell. Probably this is a very challenging position, and probably you can never feel it's an easy position to do. If you're a head judge, it's because you love judging. And when you are the head judge, you get involved in many of the challenging, difficult situations, those interactions that do not really work with the rules, or that situations where a new interaction happens that was not seen before. So you get to be involved in all the interesting situations, and that's what I enjoy the most. Being involved in policy discussions, being involved in investigations, because sometimes we need to, there's people that may be cheating and we need to investigate if cheating actually happened. So you get to investigate, interview the people, get involved in all the interesting, challenging rulings. So thank you very much for playing Magic, and see you again around the world.
Guess who knows something strange about magic in the venue? Let's find out and let's ask two people. Let's go! I'm grabbing him. I have a question for the trivia. The alpha illustration for Birds of Paradise was originally commissioned for a different card. Which one?
I don't know.
This is difficult.
It is.
But I think most of players that plays from long time ago.
Was it a land?
It was
an island.
It was a tropical island.
Tropical island.
But you were really, really close, so congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, you can go back to work. Hi guys, we are here to make trivia, and the answer is pretty easy, and is in which year Magic is first coming out as a game?
En el 80 y... No, en el 93.
93.
Sí. 1993.
Exactly, correct.
Hello. Four little goblins trapped by the sea. One is a serpent, and then there were three. Can you guess the name of the card?
I don't remember. I feel like it's a creatures can block sort of card, but I'm not sure.
Tidal search.
Damn it. Damn it.
Do you know in how many languages is actually magic printed? You can guess a number.
Yeah, well, I think prediction. Well, let's go 5.
How many languages? We
Yeah.
have plenty of it, and since few years ago we have 11.
11?
11.
What happened?
Then they decided to put off Russian and one of the two Chinese. And now we will back soon to feature table, and please chat, suggest some other questions.
Hi everybody, welcome back. We are here ready for commentate on turn 13. We still have 3 more of today because it's 15 turn rounds before the top 8, and me and Martin are here. We are ready, but first of all we will see for a moment about the prices and talk about the prices, because yes, top 64, all players that reached day 2 will have money prizes. But then, if you gain to reach to top 32, you will also qualify for Lille, for the final of Lille, and then up to the top 8, the things will get interesting, because you also will get accommodation, the flight voucher, some money prizes, the boxes, a lot of stuff.
Yeah, winning this tournament, $5,500, 25 boxes. You don't get to choose which one you want. You get
exactly.
You get both of that. Plus, you get the flight voucher on top of that. You get to play obviously the regional championship in Lille, which also has great money prizes. So overall, this tournament is very similar to the old GP structure, both in the structure and in the money prizes. So it's pretty decent value. If you finish well, that can be a pretty.
Don't worry, guys. They
weekend.
won't give you physically 25 boxes in the venue to bring you back home with you. They will send you.
They help. Yeah, they help you with that. They just send it back home.
It could be funny. Like, take this 25 boxes.
So for the first match, we have Boros Aggro against Neoform Atraxa. I know this match was covered in the last round as well, but I thought both of these decks are very interesting. So Boros Aggro, is the most hyped deck at the moment, and Neoform Atraxa is maybe, not really secretly, but like one of those decks that's in the format that can, do some really powerful things. But it maybe isn't that much played as the other most popular decks, like Rakdos, like Blue-White Control, Mono Green Devotion. But it's been performing very well in this event, and I think we're looking at table 4. So both players are still, fairly well positioned to make the top 8.
Mm-hmm.
And
they're very good in scoring.
Yeah, these are both decks that I think a lot of people will be considering for the regional championship. Next week we're playing in Dallas. The week after there is the one in Europe in Greece. So if you're wondering what to play, Rakdos is the most popular deck. Boros is the most hyped deck at the moment, but Neoform Atraxa has certainly been looking good. The more people bring these aggressive decks, the more it becomes appealing to try to get Atraxa in play on turn 3, and this Boros deck doesn't really have a lot of ways to interact with that, so it could be a great choice for the upcoming weeks.
A very fast deck, as we can see.
There's actually a lot of aggro. Mono white humans, I think, is still our undefeated deck. Maybe Alvara picked up. No, it is still the undefeated deck, I believe. Maybe Alvara picked up one else. Doesn't matter either way, whether it's 12-0 or 11-1. Alvara is almost already locked for the top 8. So Mono White Humans doing really well, and the second place in the standings also Mono White Humans. So it's not just Boros, it's just white aggro decks doing really well in general.
I'm pretty happy about it because it's something different from before. Then now we can see some aggro too.
Yeah, it's true that, for example, if you looked at the metagame at the Pro Tour in Philadelphia, well, where Reed won with the creativity combo, we saw a lot of Rakdos, we saw a lot of mono green devotion. There was a lot of creativity, a lot of control. Aggro wasn't doing all that well, but this weekend is certainly different, and we're seeing Jimenez with a pretty fast start, even though the Forbidden Friendship got countered by Stubborn Denial, I believe. There is already a Venerated Loxodon convoking out of a bunch of creatures, putting some extra counters on them, but we know that this matchup, despite Boros, going pretty wide with a bunch of creatures, Atraxa can just, play a quick Delph creature, Tassiger or Hooting Mandrills, and then use Neoform to transform that creature into Atraxa out of the deck, which is usually a pretty big brick wall for the Boros deck, not just because it's big, but also because it has lifelink, so it's pretty hard to find profitable attacks to attack through it.
Meanwhile, Atraxa with a +1/+1 on the board.
So now what can the Boros deck really do, right? In White Weenie, in some of these white aggressive decks, sometimes we have Giant Killer in the main deck. That is a great answer. It's not a very popular card. These Boros decks generally don't play that. In the sideboard, we might be looking at Destroy Evil, perhaps some of these Giant Killers out of the sideboard.
But we are in game 1, and so probably in main deck could be different. Yeah, I can understand why. Venerated Loxodon, and just shuffling up because for Atraxa he has to choose one for each kind, one card for each kind, and others go on the bottom in a random position.
Yeah, so despite Jimenez having a really fast start, pretty decent draw against something like Rakdos, if you have 6 creatures in play, you're probably going to be doing pretty well and feeling good about your chances. Here, both players executed their game plan. Boros Convoke got a lot of creatures out with the Loxodon to put some extra counters on them. But Moreno, I'm sorry, I don't want to butcher the name. The Neoform player was able to get Atraxa out, which is them executing their own game plan, and now it's gonna be really hard for Boros to win because the Atraxa's game plan trumps the aggro plan in this matchup in most of the games, not in every game.
Two mana. There is a bunch of token coming down on the board for both triggers.
Okay, so we just have we just have the last names on the screen, but both players have multiple last names.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
I'm gonna refer to the Neoform player looking at the standings as Daniel, and I'm gonna refer to Boros as Rafael, so that I don't butcher any of the Spanish names. Excuse me, I'm not a native Spanish speaker, and I don't.
We are doing our best.
I don't want to. Yeah. So Daniel on the Atraxa side has to be feeling pretty good, although Rafael was able to put a lot more creatures on the battlefield, and
then Convoke a Loxodon.
If the board is this wide, then there are definitely ways to get through an Atraxa. Next turn maybe another 1-drop plus a Boros Bushwalker with already so many creatures on Rafael's side of the battlefield.
Yeah.
That is certainly one of the ways to beat a resolved Atraxa. Yeah, top 2 decks in the standings, Mono White Humans. I don't know how many of you expected that. Rakdos Midrange was the most popular deck, but if I look at the top 10, I only see one Rakdos Midrange. It's actually a pretty diverse top 10 at the moment. We have a Gruul player, Rakdos Midrange, Lotus combo, Mono Green Devotion, Izzet Creativity, Boros Aggro, Neoform Atraxa, Karuga Fires, Mono White Humans. So right now, top 10 has 9 different archetypes. I think that's a sign of a pretty healthy format, if you ask
exactly.
me.
You can have choices and choose which way you prefer to play. If you prefer to play a little bit more aggro, a little bit more combo, plenty of choices. And that's good.
Yeah, I believe the life total is reversed. If somebody's gaining life in this
Probably, yeah.
matchup, it is gonna be
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
Neoform player. So I believe the life total is 27 for Daniel on the right side to 12 for Rafael on the left.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure about it, but we will see. They will fix it pretty fast. They are checking. Meanwhile, exiling for cast. It's kind of to became difficult to tap and untap that many creatures without make mess with the dices on it. Like, I'm pretty sure one of the dice on the top tier is on the Epicure. Yeah, exactly. But when you have to take this many counters +1/+1 with dices on it and then tap and untap, that's why dices is not always the better option. But
Looks like we have some technical difficulties, and we're back. Never mind. Just kidding. So this is just gonna be a numbers game. Basically, Rafael has to figure out, okay, well, is it profitable for me to try to attack twice? Am I gonna be able to, deal enough damage to the opponent over the next 2 attacks while losing a couple of creatures in the process, and also letting Daniel gain some life by blocking with the Atraxa? Is there a way for me to do that? Obviously, in a lot of these situations, you might be kind of forced into doing that because a lot of the Boros, boards are not going to have a way to stop Atraxa. But here we know that with Clarion Spirit and Ornithopter and the Spirit Token already in play, Rafael has a way to at least stop Atraxa from attacking for lethal in the next couple of turns. So he might be thinking, okay, maybe I have a little bit more time, but the more I wait, the more life total you're going to work with. So
yeah,
a lot of counting. We're going to leave it to the players to do the math.
Usually we say math is for blockers, but this is not the option. Math is for both of them, and of course it's just a joke. A pretty difficult decision probably for him because he has to double check his math. Just decide what is best.
I think as the format is getting more aggressive in general, not only do you have mono white, not only do you have Boros, not only do you have Gruul aggro, I think the more appealing it is going to be to play a combo deck. So for example, in this situation, we're seeing how the Neoform combo sort of trumps the Boros combo, but also, decks like Is It Creativity might also be very popular, very well positioned in the next couple weeks because they also have a pretty good plan against the aggro decks. You're going to play a Spikefield Hazard or a Fury Impulse and a Volcanic Spite in the first couple of turns. Make sure that the opponent cannot overrun you too quickly, and then find a way to cast something like a big score and use creativity to turn it into the combo, or Magma Opus in combination with a bunch of Gear Hulks.
And right now the Titan on the board for Daniel, getting deal for with the Totter. Yeah, they are fixing the life totals, guys. Plenty of time. Let's see what happened. 1 mana. Oh, tough seas.
Yeah, Thoughtsei's not the not the best possible draw at this stage of the game. Where if you're the Boros player, you're probably going to be playing most of the cards. But Boros Bushwalker and also just one spell is a card that Raphael is probably going to be keeping in his hand right now because first of all you're incentivized to be playing 2 spells in a turn thanks to Clarion Spirit, and also Bushwalker kind of wants you to draw another card to be able to have a better effect. But it does look like. It does look like, the big Atraxa with an extra counter and just getting life every turn is just going to be too much for the Convoke deck to overcome.
Yeah, pretty difficult for him at this situation. So he's just decided that. Is there something in Jimenez sideboard that look good in this situation?
So if I am Raphael on the Boros side, I'm thinking, okay, well, even if you resolve your combo, the end state of that is there's an Atraxa in play. So what can I do with that? I'm not going to stop you from resolving the combo because I don't really have any hand disruption. I don't have counter spells. So I'm going to try to stop Atraxa, from being a brick wall, from killing me. So what can I bring in? Brutal Cathar could be a card. Mostly the white decks have a Destroy Evil in the sideboard as a way to deal with temporal lockdowns from the blue-white control decks and from the Fires decks, for example. So that is a card that can definitely come in. You can kill Atraxa with that. You can kill cards like Shield Dread. So that's usually a popular card in the white decks. Invasion of Gobakon can also be a card to bring in, but it's gonna be hard to stop the opponent from playing Neoform because even if Neoform costs 4 mana now, it's still gonna be able to do that on turn 4. If you try to make one of the Delve creatures more expensive, that can certainly work. That can buy you an extra turn or two. But also, just the more cards you get in the graveyard, the easier it is to still bring it back, even with some extra mana that you have to pay thanks to the invasion. So invasion's probably gonna come in. That's my my best assumption with the Destroy Evils. Like those are the 2 cards I would be looking at. Not every white deck has them, so
yeah, it depends.
We're just speculating here. Other than that,
and
not a whole lot. Yeah.
On Danielle's side.
On Danielle's side, Danielle is already sort of like winning if both players execute the game plan like we saw in the first game. Then the Neoform deck has a better trump. They have the Atraxa in play, so Danielle doesn't need to change much. But playing black, perhaps he's gonna be able to use cards like Thoughtseize to stop Danielle from to stop Raphael from assembling the fastest possible draw. Maybe using some black sweepers in the form of some kind of infest card. Maybe Golgari Charm could be good in a matchup like that by giving -1/-1 to a lot of the cheap creatures. Those would be the types of cards that I would be looking at. You don't really want to bring in too much 1/1 removal if you're the Atraxa player, because you don't really want to spend your entire turn killing your opponent's Ornithopter or their Clarion Spirit. You should be more focused on executing your own game plan because your own game plan is just better.
As we saw the game before, when Atraxa is coming down, then you can start to do your game. It becomes pretty difficult for a Boros Convoke to deal with you.
Something the white decks can have is also some kind of graveyard disruption or exile effects. Black Leyline is not a very popular card right now because it is a card that needs to be in your hand, so it's very high variance. But it would be a very good card right now. We have seen is that Phoenix at this event. We have seen a bunch of Neoform players. We have just seen a Lotus player in the feature match last round. I believe there's a lot of decks where resolving a Leyline is going to be pretty good. So perhaps also a consideration for the next 2 weeks. But the more popular graveyard hate cards right now are Unlicensed Hearse is probably the most popular one. Cards like Graveyard Trespasser. I'm not sure many people really play Tormod Scrib.
Let's see if they decide to keep these hands or Maul. This is a situation where you are okay with hard mole or not for them as player. Do you think that for Atraxa is better to search for something to start strong?
So this is certainly a matchup where aggressive mulliganing can pay off. If you're looking at a hand that's perhaps too slow, well, you know that both decks are very fast. Both decks are just trying to execute their game plan. Neither of those decks has a lot of disruption. The Atraxa deck does have a Thoughtseize, so that certainly helps. It's also capable of bringing in some ways to deal with cheap creatures, maybe like, you know, Golgari Charm, something like that. On the other hand, Boros doesn't have a lot of disruption, so both players are going to be looking for, you know, as fast of an opening draw as possible, and this is certainly a match where I would recommend trying to mulligan aggressively, just trying to find my best possible draws. Even if you start with 6 cards, it's still better than giving your opponent an extra turn, because that's all that matters in this game.
And this was not the situation because the player on Atraxa, Daniel, kept at 7 and Rafael at 6, so it's still good. Attack with both. And he's trying to go fast for this second match. Boulder and Epicure. 1 damage, 1 blood token.
So Rafael with a sort of a fast-ish draw, but not really. Boros, oh wow, there's the Golgari Charm. Boros is not really a deck that, you know, even if you have 3 creatures in play by turn 2, that's not the kind of opening start you're looking for if it's just 3 1/1s. You really do need the Bushwalker draws, and you need to be convoking out your 5 drops on turn 3 usually. So I'm going to say, despite this looking, you know, relatively reasonable, this is not what Rafael was hoping for. And we have Daniel with the Golgari Charm just completely sweeping the board, no big deal.
Tutter, double tutter, triple.
Wow, okay.
And the Loxodon.
So looks like Rafael just drew the Loxodon, because if he had it last turn, he would have been able to do the same thing last turn. So pretty good chance he just drew the Loxodon, which allowed for a pretty decent turn. But again, still with Daniel at 18 life.
Wow.
He still has to be feeling pretty comfortable, because at any point, if the Neoform player drops one of the Convoke creatures and Neoform, it's just 3 mana that you need to invest to put Atraxa on the other side of the battlefield. That's the Boros deck for you. I mean, you have to keep these hands with a lot of the enablers, the cards that enable the quick Convoke creatures, but sometimes, you know, you're not always going to have the perfect draw. So sometimes you're just going to have to keep a draw without the Convoke card, hoping that you're going to, you know, draw it in the first couple of rounds.
Wow. That was fun. But now we have a Neoform on Atraxa with a +1/+1.
Imagine if Rafael drew a Boros Bushwalker. That would have been a really fast draw.
Let's see what's happened now. Because now again with Atraxa could be difficult.
This certainly looks like the type of matchup where not only is Neoform favored in game 1 because the combo is more powerful than the Boros sort of combo, but also Neoform has access to better sideboard cards. I would say that Golgari Charm, you know, as something to deal with the early aggression, maybe a different kind of sweeper, is going to be more effective than maybe, you know, 2 copies of Destroy Evil. Obviously, that does stop the opponent from resolving the combo, but once you do resolve Neoform and get Atraxa into play, not only do you have this giant creature, but even if it dies, you got, what are we looking at, 5 cards off of the Atraxa trigger right now. So it is a lot easier for Atraxa to rebuild next turn and just do the combo again.
Land down, of course.
Frank is pointing out that he disagrees that you shouldn't keep hands with only enablers and payoffs. Obviously, ideally you have both, but I think we saw Raphael take a mulligan, and at some point you're gonna have to you're gonna have to be happy with just being able to have one way.
He kept it at 6.
But yeah, I mean, it is certainly, this is exactly the type of matchup where aggressive mulliganing makes a lot more sense than playing, Rakdos Midrange Mirror, which is an attrition matchup where the last threat usually stands.
And
Ooh,
this
giant
is a good
killer.
way
All right, there we
to
go.
deal with Atraxa. And now, of course, he will tap everything, attack with everything.
So it looks like both players are ready with some good sideboard cards. Golgari Charm sweeping the 3/1/1s on the second turn. Now we have Raphael with the giant killer that can take down the Atraxa. But I think it's still not a great position for the Boros deck to be in because Atraxa can just go off next turn again.
Blocking on the Loxodon.
This is an interesting decision for Daniel. Do I want to block the Loxodon? That way I only take 3 and I get the 4/4 off of the battlefield. That's going to save me a lot of life. But at the same time, I really do want to have my Convoke creature in play because that's how I enable the Neoform. So certainly a lot of counting and a hard decision for Daniel. I like the decision to block here because blocking the Loxodon means instead of going to 8, you're going to 12. That's going to be a much better life total to work with against 3 1-powered creatures.
Yeah.
Plus, with a full hand, I just want to get myself a little bit more time instead of trying to go for like a more high variance play where I'm just hoping to draw the right card maybe to pull off the combo again. Atraxa died to Giant Killer, so both players had 2 very good sideboard cards for the matchup. This is round 13, I believe.
Yes,
we have
exactly.
15 rounds solo, and then we're going to have a cut to top 8.
Oh, Atraxa exiled.
Yeah.
Neoform.
Daniel just casually, I'll untap and resolve my combo again. It's on you now to try to find a Destroy Evil, another Giant Killer, or whatever you might have to stop the Atraxa. But I don't think at this point the Boros Convoke deck is it's not a deck with card selection. It's just a deck that you're just working with the top of your deck.
Yeah.
Whatever you draw, that's what you get to play.
Okay.
So yeah, chances are pretty low that Boros is going to be able to do something about that.
But we will see that pretty soon because our incredible crew is on it. They will fix that pretty fast. And meanwhile, remember that from today, top 32 will be qualified for Lille. Top 8 will also have big prizes and flight voucher for accommodation and flight. And yeah, it will be fun. Lille will be in September, but in 2 weeks we will be also in Athens. That will be again Pioneer. So today you can still watch this tournament and see what is performing good. And next week, where you will be.
Yeah, if you are playing one of the regional championships, next week we have the one in Dallas. The week after we have the one in Greece. Then this is certainly a tournament where I would take a look at the deck list and study the metagame, the metagame shares. Take a look at which of those decks did well, the best conversion rates. That's definitely something to look at. And we have a great team of graphics people. I think Valentina was posting that on Twitter. If not, we're usually showing these graphics between the rounds. So make sure you check that out. Obviously, this is an event with closed deck lists, so we can't show you everything right now. But as soon as the top 8 starts, that's when the players get access to each other's lists. That's when we can show it to the public as well. So make sure you bookmark that tournament page, and we're going to be able to show you the lists as soon as the top 8 begins, or maybe at the end of the tournament. Not sure about that, but we're going to be trying to do this as soon as possible.
Meanwhile, we know that Neoform Atraxa was the one with the best conversion rate from yesterday to today. It was 50% of the Atraxa going today too. It was pretty good. Also, Boros was at 40%.
Yeah, I think that was the sort of the reason why these combo decks are doing well, in my opinion, is that there is more aggro than normal at this event, I think. I haven't really done, all the proper calculations, but walking at least around the top tables, it looked like there is a lot more aggro than normal. Mono White Humans doing well, Boros doing well. Gruul aggro is one of the top 5 decks in the standings right now. So if you're going to have a lot of aggro players that are not really trying to interact with the opponent too much, and instead of hand disruption spells like Thoughtseize, they're playing maybe burn spells or maybe something like a Brutal Cathar, then maybe trying to resolve your combo and trying to do something bigger than they're doing while playing cheap removal is a great way to go.
And do you think that will change something, right? Like, now you see a lot of aggro decks performing pretty well, then you can try to think of something that can deal pretty well against aggro decks.
Yeah, I think what is likely to happen if people pay attention, if they look at the standings, obviously we don't know what's going to happen the next 3 rounds. People can still lose, somebody else can jump to the top of the standings. But if aggro does well, if there is 3 good aggro decks, maybe 4 good aggro decks in the top 8 of this event, then that's certainly going to incentivize players to add a few more sweepers in their decks, add a few more removal spells, and focus a little bit more on beating aggro in the next 2 weeks. So if you are an aggro player and you were hoping to maybe catch people off guard, maybe aggro wasn't as popular in the last couple of weeks, I don't think that's exactly going to happen moving forward. So perhaps having like a different transformational plan in your sideboard, against these kinds of sweepers. For example, we saw a mono white deck that I believe it was Alvaro at the end of day 1.
Yeah, it was undefeated.
We talked about Alvaro's preparation for the event and how do you approach the Rakdos matchup, for example, that has a lot of not only direct removal spells, Bone Crusher Giant, cards like Extinction Event in the sideboard. Alvaro said, "Yeah, I have 4 Wedding Announcement in my sideboard. I'm just trying to grind them out. They have a lot of removal, but I have a lot of creatures, so this is my plan. It's been working out. Definitely something worth looking at." So,
well, 9-0 in day 1, probably it was a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, sure. Obviously, the sample size is just one tournament, and just one player we're talking about. But certainly a good idea to try to have a different approach after the sideboard for the players that brought a lot of sweepers to this tournament. We have some technical difficulties, but it's still being
They are
being
trying at
worked
their
on.
best. We can still go on right now. And, well, we know that the first 2 decks are both mono-white humans. So probably this deck is performing pretty good in this kind of event. What else can we figure it out? What else can we...
So I'm going to repeat what I said earlier, which I think is one of the most interesting things that we've learned, or at least I did when I looked at the standings. We can't show you exactly who's playing what, but when I look at the standings, there are 9 different archetypes in the top 10 decks, and I think that's amazing. That's a sign of a very healthy format. People were calling, about Boros being too good before the tournament. Is it really that good? I don't think it is. I think it's just a fine deck. I think all the decks in Pioneer are currently fine. It's a format with a lot of diversity. It's a format where you can play a lot of different decks.
Yeah.
You can play aggro if you're an aggro player.
You can play combo. You can play mid-range.
Yeah,
so many options.
Whatever the preferred archetype is that you like, there is going to be a deck for you. If you like control, you can play blue-white control. Obviously, I would recommend trying to play as fast as possible because the deck is not very well known for finishing 3 games in 50 minutes. But yeah, if we look at the top 10, we got a mono white player, we got Gruul Vehicles, Mono Green Devotion, Izzet Creativity, Boros Aggro, Neoform Atraxa, Karuga Fires, Lotus Field Combo, and Rakdos Midrange. That's 9 different archetypes. It doesn't happen very often that a metagame is and the top of the standings are that diverse.
Yeah, also yesterday we also saw another control deck perform pretty well, and it was the Camilluzzi one, the black-blue control deck. It was pretty good.
Yeah, Marco Camilluzzi brought a blue-black control deck that kind of just looked like he was trying to play, good old honest Magic. Removal spells, some counter spells, a Shield Dread, Shark Typhoon, some card draw spells. Dig Through Time was probably the most unfair card in the deck, where you can get a lot of advantage for just 2 mana, if you're casting it on turn 6 or 7 with a lot of cards in the graveyard. But other than that, the deck looked super fair, and it looked fun to play. Plus, with enough sweepers, you're gonna be good against the aggro decks. With hand disruption and counter spells, you can certainly have a decent matchup against combo. So, if you're not gonna get outgrinded by Rakdos Midrange, which is the most popular deck, then that's certainly a deck worth looking at as well. And I think that's a healthy thing as well, as the chat's pointing out. What's wrong with having more aggro decks, do well in the format? At the Pro Tour in Philadelphia, the metagame was more about combo decks and about midrange. Mono Green Devotion, Rakdos Midrange, those were sort of the most popular decks. Lotus Field combo is at creativity. Those were the decks that were also popular and doing really well. Yeah, now we have some aggro decks that are doing well. They're certainly not unbeatable. You can play a bunch of sweepers in your sideboard.
Yeah, but they can defend themselves and try to perform well. I'm a big fan of aggro decks, so I'm pretty happy about it. And chat, this is the moment for you if you want to make questions and try to ask something. It's a good moment. Because our crew is incredible, but they are going with some issues and they are fixing it as fast as they can.
I think control is viable, but you really need to play fast. I think a lot of players are going to end up with a lot of draws in these events because 50 minutes, that's just not enough to play 3 games with blue-white. And it's not only because the deck, is slower to finish games, but also in the last couple of years, the cards, we don't really have vanilla cards and cards that just do one thing. Everything these days does 15 different things. Every card has 3 modes.
Yeah.
Every card you have to flip around in the sleeve. So you have to do a lot of extra manual stuff as well. People are playing pathways and double-faced cards. So we spend a lot of extra time doing other manual things in the game, putting counters on things, and a lot of stuff is happening. And I think that's another reason why you do need to play a little bit faster, and playing a slower deck, can hurt you in the end by picking up a couple draws because there's just more stuff going on, and you just can't really fit all of that into 50 rounds while thinking about every play for 30 seconds.
While Frank was asking to you, how important do you think familiarity with the deck is in Pioneer? Should you try to beat the meta or stick with your deck inside out?
Yeah, so Pioneer is somewhere between Standard and Modern. Standard is a relatively smaller format. Modern, you have 40, 50 different decks that can win on any given day. Pioneer is somewhere in between. You need to know roughly, 10, 15, 20 decks maybe. And in Modern, I would definitely say it's the format where just knowing your deck is the best rather than switching decks every week. In Pioneer, it's similar to that. The decks are still relatively high power level, but certainly not as much as Modern. But it is also one of those formats where just learning your deck inside out and just tuning it a little bit more for the expected metagame is probably going to be better than switching decks every week, because if you look at the metagame, it is very diverse. You are going to be playing against different deck. You're going to be playing probably against 10 different decks over the course of the 15-round tournament, maybe 8.
Yeah.
So trying to bring a deck that's preying on playing against Rakdos, that can certainly backfire because you can easily just end up not playing against Rakdos at all. There are just so many different decks that preparing yourself as best as you can, learning your own deck, making sure you have the right sideboard guide, the right sideboard plans, how to play the matchup, you know exactly what the dynamic is. I would say that's a better approach. One thing that I would recommend is just looking up the latest results. You can look at Frank Karsten's articles on magic.gg, for example, called the Metagame Mentor, where he's going to tell you exactly what the metagame looks like, maybe give you some tips for the future, and you can sort of tune the sideboard and your deck a little bit for the metagame that you expect in the upcoming week. So, for example, if I'm playing Rakdos Midrange, I'm looking at this metagame, I'm seeing maybe the aggressive deck's popularity picking up a little bit. That's certainly going to incentivize me to maybe bring an extra extinction event in the last 15 cards in the sideboard. So think about it this way, but yeah, I would say it's more about knowing your own deck rather than switching things up every week. All right, some more good questions. Let me see. Each card is double face nowadays. Yeah, things are different. Things are definitely different. Magic has evolved. Cards have a lot of different modes. I think the game is a little bit more complicated too because it's not about just blue-green madness playing against Psychotalk, where the players have access to a couple of removal spells, a couple of counter spells, and some card draw spells. Now you look at a card, you look at Fable of the Mirror Breaker, there's so many different things that can happen that leads to more decision trees, that leads to players having to think more about their lines, and it's certainly a very complicated game. It's very fun. I think more options is better for the game because, if I have cards that give me more options, I can take more lines, I can do more different things, and that makes the game more fun, and that also makes the deck.
You have many options to choose between and many lines. Could be pretty good.
Make Phoenix great again. Yeah, I think Phoenix is one of those fine decks. That's a thing with Pioneer. I think Modern is in a healthy place as well right now. There's just a lot of decks you can play. Nothing is overpowered. Everything is a perfectly reasonable deck to bring to a tournament.
Yes, bans tomorrow will be only for standard.
We don't know if they're actual bans. I'm not sure if it's confirmed that something is getting banned. I think what was announced on the weekly Magic show was that on May, I believe it's May 29th, so it is tomorrow. There is a ban and restrictions announcement.
Yeah, exactly.
And we're gonna see what they do. If you ask me, I would like to mix things up a little bit. So maybe has Fable overstayed its welcome? At the same time, banning cards I think is dangerous because if somebody just bought cards for a new deck that they want to play, they end up with a bunch of cards banned. Well, that can make the player not very happy about these choices. So it is a thing that the game designers and the people in charge, they don't like to do it lightly. Obviously, this is something that ideally wouldn't happen. But I think right now, Fable is, one of the most played cards. The Rakdos-based decks are certainly very, very, very popular in the standard metagame. And
he's the one under the light.
If it was up to me, I would appreciate a little bit of a mix-up. But again, I'm seeing things from a different perspective. I'm seeing it from a competitive player perspective. If somebody is, maybe a casual player, they just picked up their first deck, then, having cards being banned is going to feel a lot different.
There's a very good question from Filipa. Are you surprised with something on conversion of day 2? There is some deck that it's performed better than you expect.
I would need to see the slide again, but I'm just happy about the diversity, and I'm happy that there's more aggro in the format, because when I was thinking about what to play next...
if you need, I have it.
Sure. I was thinking about what to play next in Greece at the RC, and I was honestly thinking that combo might be a good idea to bring again, because the aggro decks might be a little bit overhyped right now, and combo is like a little bit under the radar. So that's currently what I am considering for the tournament myself. Looking at the conversion rates, here is at Phoenix 30% almost. Lotus Field combo 33% conversion rate, so one in 3 players made it. Boros aggro 40%. I'm not sure if that number is actually correct, because we had 40? We had 13.
Yeah, this one is the percentage of how many from day 1 in the 50% of the decks of the Neoform Atraxa will get to day 2.
Right, but I'm thinking, how can we end up with 40% conversion rate of a deck that had 13 pilots in the tournament? If four out of 13 players make day 2, then that's 5.
Yeah, we're not very sure about it, but we still have the archetype, the meta breakdown for day 2.
The numbers we have are like 38 point something percent, so I think it is. I mean, I might be doing the math wrong or something. I'm not saying I'm 100% sure on that, but I don't think we can end up with 40% conversion rate on a deck that had 13 pilots.
Yeah, I kind of agree.
Maybe It is possible that some of those archetypes got a little bit mixed up together if they're very similar in what they're doing.
Yeah, probably, yeah. Because also there is mislabeled or labeled like mono white aggro, mono white humans, so they will put in the same categories.
Yeah, Fire's doing well. Also interesting. It is a deck that I know a lot of people liked before the first regional championship, but with Lotus Field combo being very popular, that is a matchup that you don't want to face. So perhaps it started showing up a little bit less, the Fire's decks, but now that Lotus is not as represented, maybe it's a fine deck to bring again. I think we're ready sort of to...
Yeah, we have to end this round because we have technical issues. So we will be back right soon. They will fix everything and we will be back with more Magic.
Guests, who knows something strange about Magic in the venue? Let's find out and